Craig, are there any more chairs?
Sorry?
We're asking if there's any more chairs. Couple that are open there. 3 open chairs.
Those of you who are standing, there are a couple seats up here. I see seats over here. There's several in here. I want you to have to stand. Got it. Okay, it's 7 p.m. and I would like to call to order this Tuesday, April 16th, 2024 meeting of the Ferrisburg Planning Commission. Could we have a roll call, please?
Chairman Rifle,
Present.
Commissioner Hawley,
Present.
Commissioner Schoberg,
Present.
Commissioner Jonas, Commissioner Tuggle,
Here.
Commissioner Weber,
Here.
Commissioner Carlson.
Here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to excuse Mr. Jonas. Although he said he might show up, can we excuse him and then?
Yes, when he shows up, we'll let him attend.
Okay, well then I would like to move that we excuse him for the time being.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we excuse Roger Jonas, and though he may arrive in a little bit. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We've excused him. Okay, item number 3, consideration for approval. The April 16th, 2024 agenda. Craig has prepared an agenda for us tonight. Are there any changes that anyone would like to propose to this agenda? Okay, if not, Chair will entertain a motion to accept the agenda as prepared.
So moved.
Second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We've accepted the agenda. Item number 4, Consideration for approval, the March 7th, 2024 meeting minutes as printed. Craig has prepared the minutes, and we have received them. And are there any additions, corrections, or changes you'd like to make to those minutes?
Yeah, Craig, just on number 4, it says moved by Tuggle, seconded by Jordan. I don't know if you want to change that to Weber.
Any other suggested changes, corrections? Okay, Chair will entertain a motion to accept the slightly revised minutes as prepared.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we accept the slightly modified draft minutes from the March 7th meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions? We've accepted them. Thank you. Okay, we're down to public comments. It's customary in Ferrisburg Planning Commission meetings to give members of the audience the opportunity to share anything that would like to share with us. However, we do have a public hearing tonight, and if you're here to speak about the public hearing, I would ask that you refrain your comments until we have that public hearing. But if you have anything else to share with us apart from the public hearing, I would invite you to come to the podium, state your name, and you do not have to give your precise address, but we want you to give you the city where you live. So if anyone would like to share something with us, please come forward.
My name is David Johnson. I live at 13020 Old Bear Road, Grand Haven. I am representing my extended family and my mom. My mom owns 9 acres and lives at 17746 168th across from the planned unit development site. I admire Mr. Brockmeyer's ambitions to turn his residential property into a large financial gain.
Sir, could I interrupt you? I want you to come and talk to us if you're talking anything other than the planned unit development issue. We're going to have a separate.
It's not time for that.
Not time for that
me
yet.
right now.
But we'll come back and we'll entertain you in just a minute.
Okay.
Yes. So thank you. We'll invite you back. Anyone else like to make public comments about anything other than the Brockmeyer development here? No, you're fine. That's okay. It's a crowded room. Okay, I'd like to close the public comments at 7:07 p.m. And now we're going to move to the public hearing. And this is a public hearing to consider a request by David Brockmeyer for a proposed planned unit development plan for 11 residential units on parcels number 200309 495006 and 700309 495007, commonly known as 17753 168th Avenue and 17771 168th Avenue. Before I open the public hearing, I do want to share that planned unit development procedures in the zoning ordinance are complicated. There are a lot of checklists and so forth that have to be met and a lot of requirements, and it actually isn't simple. It's kind of complicated. So what we're going to do is I'm going to invite Mr. Brockmeyer or his engineer to come up here and explain the proposal. And then after he has explained it, I'm going to have our consultant, David Jarusek, give his analysis of the plan. And then I'm going to invite you to share your thoughts with us. And then I will close that public hearing after that's happened. And then the Planning Commission will meet here and discuss what we've heard. And when we have the public comments, please address them to me. And if you have questions of me or anyone else up here, we may or may not answer the questions, but I assure you we are listening to them. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Mr. Brockmeyer or his, welcome, Roger.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
excuse me. At this point, I'm going to recuse myself. My husband was asked to do some bids for a company he works for, so I have a conflict of interest here, so I am leaving my stand here and turning it over to you guys.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear, but I understand that. Okay, so is Mr. Brockmeyer here or his engineer? Yes, please come up and explain the proposal here.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to unexcuse Mr. Jonas?
Well, I think he's okay.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Ready to go?
Roger, you okay here?
Yes,
Okay.
I literally came to the airport, so excuse me for being
Yes.
late.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, tonight, and for everybody in attendance. I know there's a lot of opposition to this proposal, but there's also a lot of people out in the city who also. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time reviewing the entire project. I think we've been talking about this by last year, and you've seen the proposal. Several weeks, or I don't know exactly when you got your packets, but I just want to run through a few things. We are proposing to take land that was originally intended for homes, a lot of homes, and was then taken and separated into 5 very large parcels, which I've lived on for 25 years. And we're intending to build single-family, standalone homes. I want to make sure that's very clear to everybody. If you haven't seen the drawings, they show separate single-family homes. We could have done duplexes, for example. Roger actually suggested that at one point. That didn't fit with the neighborhood at all. So I know this is a higher density than anybody would expect this to be used for, but it's lower density than it was originally intended to be. In 1950s sometime, the 5 owners along this stretch of parcels got together and said, we don't want to have, we want to have full ownership of all these properties. Somehow that happened. Records too old to find. But my neighbor, Mr. Beebe, was one of the owners of that property with his family and lived there. So my proposal is really to say, returning this land, this portion of this part of the city, to some more residential housing, which was originally intended for. We have, I think we will build a very high quality development that will be a definite benefit for the city in a number of ways. Talk about some of those. I'm not going to talk real long because I know a lot of people want to speak. And you've already seen everything I think that you're going to need to see in terms of making your decision, but hopefully we can eliminate any other questions you may have. So again, a little bit of history. Two proposed parcels were zoned originally for 15 homes with the streets running next to them. My neighbor, Mr. Bridenstine, and I are the beneficiaries of the vacated road that was there and the lack of road end to get down to the water for those residents that would have lived in that subdivision. Again, single-family homes. But I think what's important to keep in mind here as a commission is what's this neighborhood going to be, not just today, not just tomorrow, but in 5 or 10 years. And so as you look at the development pattern, as I think Mr. Johnson will attest to, they intend to have homes in the 10 acres or 9 acres across the street, stating that. So while our acreage or our parcels, 3 acres roughly, a little under 3 acres that we're building on or proposing to build on, is a continuation of what was originally planned. And other neighborhoods will develop around it. We've already got Bridle Path, we've got Spring Ridge around the way. Those are not Ferrysburg homes, but still in the neighborhood, in the vicinity of where you are. So when you're looking at, as Mr. Jarozik mentions in his report, when you're looking at it, you can't just look at these 5 acres in a row. You have to look at a broader set. The broader viewpoint is including down by Lakeview and Carlson and Cecilia and over into Thornapple and all those areas. And where do we have homes? We have a lot of homes in those areas. Some a lot more than others. And I think as we look into the future, if we are trying to attract residents to come to this, we need to acknowledge that that's going to happen. As we just heard, we'll hear from Mr. Johnson. They intend for that to be homes at 9 acres as well. So when you factor that in, it doesn't make this particular development, this particular project of 11 homes, all that more outrageous when you compared to looking at it today. So that's point number one. It is a departure, obviously, from what we have currently, and that we've all enjoyed for many years. You know, Ferrisburg is essentially landlocked, and if you're going to hope to grow, which that is a major component of the master plan, it says right in there how we're going to do it, and we're going to use PUDs to make that happen. That is a common use, as you all know, for situations like this where we've got pieces of property that are infill, so to speak. I want to talk quickly about precedents. There's been a ton of chatter online, for sure, about, and I spoke to Councilman DeWitt. He brought it up to me. He said, this is going to set a really dangerous precedent, because somehow there's developers just waiting around Ferrisburg to just jump in and start building condos everywhere, because homeowners are going to be selling their properties, combining their properties. We're going to have all these condos here. So we don't want to set that precedent. But in fact, as I sent in my remarks to you, to the commission, there's already 7 examples of condo developments in Ferrisburg that were combined parcels, larger parcels or smaller parcels combined into a single parcel, and then condos were built on those. I think I gave you 7 examples, and Hidden Dunes, Roosevelt Ridge condos, and I won't cover them all. Vites Landing, that was 2 parcels. 68 condos were approved there in 1998. That's a very good analogy to what we're trying to do here. Beechwood Place condos, which is over off of Hazel, that was 4 parcels, 34 condos in 2002. Northridge Point Gardens, which you see, I think, right through that window, is right there. That was approved for 14 condos. That was 2 parcels. So the idea or the notion of a precedent like this being set by this project, totally erroneous and irrelevant. The precedent has already been set and repeated many, many times over the last 30 years. So setting a bad precedent is not an issue. I want to talk briefly about property rights. As was pointed out initially in the July 23 consultant planners review after our informal conversations. The waterfront setback ordinance is the largest and most controversial variance we are seeking. It's something I admitted right out of the gate. And in that meeting, that conversation circled around to say, should we go forward with this, even with this zoning ordinance consideration? Because under the PUD, you are allowed to allow the project to go forward even with that zoning ordinance in place. And our neighbors, all due respect to them, lovely people, on both sides, they're still going to be, if we are approved, as all of you have come out and seen the property last summer, they're still going to be able to see all the way across their adjacent parcel. Bridenstine's will be able to see all the way across our parcel to the water, all the waterfront they will be able to see still, with maybe 10 feet that they won't be able to see of my property. The Shulos on the other side will be able to see all the way across what is now the Beebe's property. So there is, and I'm talking about at the waterfront, yes, they will have a reduced view. There's no doubt about it. It was never a secret. I never tried to hide that. But the amount of the view that they will retain is significant. It's not small. So I think that from none of us own our neighbor's property, our neighbor's views, or anything else. If you don't own the land, you can't control its use. And that's how it works in this country. While it may be a difference, they still can enjoy the lake. Views directly in front of their homes is vast, unencumbered, unblocked by what we're proposing. As stated, the setback ordinance was devised for Lake Michigan properties. There's a couple of examples that we're aware of. Everybody who has been looking into this knows this, and but not Spring Lake. That was not the original intention. And I think, as Mr. Jarozik has commented in his remarks, the severity of the setback as it is currently set is too steep for homeowners in this who own property. It's too restrictive, and it reduces our ability to do what we want with our property. Whether this project goes forward or not, I believe that that is not a good ordinance to keep in place as is. So, so let's talk about the planner's review real briefly. The very nature of the PUD does not require 100% compatibility with the subdivision per the zoning ordinance. If that were the case, why even offer PUDs? So I know that's a thing that a lot of folks don't understand. I didn't understand it when I started this project, how exactly PUDs work. But that is the basically the tool that we have to use because of the nature of how Ferrisburgh is currently developing and is developed. The master plan acknowledges the city needs to use this development framework because subdivisions, which you're all used to, like over on Thornapple or whatever, with all their restrictions, no longer work in a mature, landlocked city like Ferrisburgh. We meet the vast majority of the comparable requirements, and we will work with the city to modify those, to work with, like for example, one of the driveways on one of the units, Dave mentioned that it's a little too short. Okay, we can modify the unit to be a little shorter so that we can accommodate properly and in consistency with all the other driveways. We're happy to do that. We're happy to work with any governing agency like Eagle or the Drain Commissioner or whoever else has to be involved with this to make the appropriate modifications to our plan to satisfy their purview. So I just ask that commissioners need to look at the project from a very broad perspective, as I mentioned, and really the question is this good for Ferrisburgh? And there has not been a new standalone home subdivision built in Ferrisburgh in Lord knows how long. It's been at least 30 years. Standalone homes, not duplexes like over here and all the condos that are over there, or White's Landing, or the Gables, or any of those. Nothing has been built in the city for a long, long time that has single-family standalone homes. While Spring Lake Township gets to continue to grow right on our border, and it reaps all the benefits of our infrastructure, yet they don't pay 1 penny to support us. Nothing comes from Spring Lake Township, and they use all of our infrastructure. So 168, the bridge, Pine Street, West Spring Lake Road, all of those are going to be impacted by all those houses coming in there, and yet we don't have any way to help maintain out of those developments. So there is a benefit to the city. Roughly 3 or 4% of this of the city's tax budget will be covered by this development, or will increase enough to cover 3%. That's not insignificant. That pays for things like beautification activities that go on in the city, the trash pickup, the spring trash pickup, the 4th of July parade, all these little things that do not, they're kind of nice to haves for a city, which I think are critical for us to have in order to maintain a great place to live. That comes from tax dollars. And I just saw last night on video, as much as I hear of it, it could pay for a new sound system for this room. So that would be great. It could pay for, fire equipment. There's 100 things it could go towards. But the city is already discussing cutting extra services and benefits that we like having because they can't find the money in the budget. So, I think it's important to note, there are definite benefits to the city, and not just financially. There's the ability, because there hasn't been anything really happening in the city for a long time. This would shine a positive light on Perrysburg. I really believe that. We know, Paige and I know, we have gotten a lot of phone calls about people from outside the area as soon as this became public, asking us, when are you guys going to start selling these things? We're interested. That has happened. Happened probably half a dozen times. In every case but one, they are not Perrysburg residents. That is what we want to be doing, is attracting people here to go and eat at Pine Street, shop at Leppings, do all the things that we want people to go to a la mode, all the things, all the businesses that we'd like to have thriving around here, the new proposed restaurant that might come in at Pizza Hut, they're going to need patrons. And we need to make sure that we are growing and not seen as kind of the drive-through way to get to Muskegon or Grand Haven or whatever. So that is how I feel we ought to be looking at this. And I just open it up for questions. Sorry. Do you want to ask me questions, or would you like, Bruce has a few items he'd like to cover.
Your
related
engineer?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. He could come up and talk. Yeah. We'll ask you questions later when we discuss it up here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So after the public comment? Is
Yeah.
that, okay. I need to wipe down.
Just to follow up. Whenever you do a development.
Sir, would you identify your name?
Yeah, Bruce Colleen with
Thank you.
Colleen Engineering. So, this site is really good. Butter. So we benefit from all that without having to send services beyond. So when you can take 2 lots and create where all that infrastructure space, right, 11 homes benefits. Otherwise, you only have 2. Always plus. I read in some of the comments concerns about wetlands and floodplain. There was a floodplain analysis. We got that on the survey. We're not constructing in the floodplain. The water level currently is 4 feet below the 100-year floodplain, and our building finished floors are approximately 4+ feet above the 100. If there's any concern in that regard, with regard to wetlands, where the wetland evaluation completed, we're not encroaching into. So all of those environmental issues that people, think there might be, all of our stormwater is going to be treated before discharge to the lake. So we've addressed all those issues, addressed all the engineering. There were some comments from all the reviewing, the engineering and the DPW and the fire. They're all incidental, and we tend to either tie back as to what we're thinking, or have this how to satisfy there. So from an engineering perspective, infrastructure perspective, or fire perspective, or any of those other issues, we've regard to the street width, city only requires 20 feet for a drive. Fire department likes a 26 fire lane. So what we've done is we've taken a 20-foot drive and a heavy-duty 6-foot sidewalk, placed them right next to each other. That does is provide the 26 feet that the fire department needs or asks for, and but it also demarcates footpath, foot traffic from the safer way to make everybody happy. So we've addressed that as well. So a lot of the other issues were just dimensional things that when it comes to PUD, hard, especially when it comes to a condo where you don't have property lines and you don't have building envelopes. So it's all a matter of just numbers. And if you look at all the numbers, they're really, really small. So while you can't even say we don't meet the because you've got that flexibility. But we do. Apart from the waterfront setback, Drumstick has eloquently stated opinion on that. My apologies. I'm going to go fall asleep.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to invite Mr. Jurosik to share with us his analysis. He's the city outside planner who the city employs to look at these kind of projects and help the planning commission. And he prepared an analysis of this. And again, when he talks, you'll probably notice how there are many checklists and so forth that need to be met. David, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission members. So tonight, this is the first planned unit development I think the city has reviewed in many, many years. I've been working with you for almost 11 years, and this is my first review and my longest review memo to you. So thank you for bearing with me through reading those 17 pages. And so the intent of this process through the PUD process is to allow for a flexible, collaborative planning process that ultimately benefits both the developer and the community as a whole. So PUD is a provision that does allow for zoning flexibility. As mentioned by the applicant's team, there are waiver requests, reductions, or adjustments to certain zoning requirements. Those do not require variances through the Zoning Board of Appeals. Michigan state law allows for the PUD process through your recommendation, ultimately City Council's approval, to waive or modify zoning district requirements as long as it meets the strict standards for PUD. So when we talk about modifications or waivers or reductions, we're not talking about variances that would be reviewed by the zoning board. It's flexibility that's built through this process and that's ultimately approved by the city council, who are the final decision makers on this request. So the applicant has requested an 11-unit planned unit development. Now this is a conventional condo, so it's unlike a platted development. It's unlike a site condo development where you would have platted property lines or site condo units. The units themselves are the space within the building footprint, and the area around those buildings or units is a common open space, a general common element as part of the conventional condo. Lots of times when we see conventional condos, it's typically multifamily or attached units. I see a more of a trend going toward single-family detached under condominium ownership. So that means that there's common lawn maintenance and common maintenance for the grounds around the homes themselves. So I think that's one of the advantages. Someone could go in, live in a single detached unit. It looks like a platted development. It looks like a site condo development, but that area around their home is general common element of the condo development. So each dwelling is, as I mentioned before, a single-family detached home. There is a private street which extends into the property. There is one driveway from that street which serves 3 units. One driveway serves 4 units, and then the waterfront dwellings have their own single driveways off of the private street toward the west side of the property. So this is a 2.86 acre property in total, project area between the 2 parcels. It is equals out to 3.85 units per acre. So the process itself, it follows what we would consider the special land use process. So what that means is the Planning Commission, again, is an advisory body, makes a recommendation to the City Council on this item. And so it doesn't mean that, a lot of communities, a PUD is a rezoning to a PUD, so the map actually shows PUD. That's not the case in Ferrisburg. It's simply a process to be able to go through to all the way to the council. Again, a collaborative planning process is the intent. So concerning the review, there is a lot in this report, so I'm just going to touch on a couple highlights. I know after the public hearing, I'm probably going to jot down a number of questions that are asked during the hearing so that we can answer them one by one to the extent that you feel that we can. But really the first issue being the master plan. I mentioned in the report there's a bit of a disconnect between the master plan and the zoning ordinance concerning density. The master plan identifies this area as low-density residential, and so the description in the master plan states that this is a single-family residential classification characterized by large suburban-style lots with cul-de-sac streets. Density should be no more than 3 units per acre. Along with LCS land, LDR classified lands extend along much of Spring Lake frontage. Therefore, waterfront development must be sensitive to this important water resource. So the zoning ordinance, however, says that in LDR, you can consider as a city planning commission and council a planned unit development up to 6 units per acre. So there's a bit of a disconnect between the future land use planning and what the zoning ordinance allows. And so that's something that you'll have to discuss tonight and decide what is appropriate. Although we have a mechanism to allow for developments up to 6 units per acre, should we be doing that? Should we be relooking at our master plan? Should we be relooking at the zoning ordinance provision to allow this? But again, they're looking at 3.86, which is between that 3 and 6 units per acre. The next topic is open space. So this is another one which is a bit difficult to calculate because it's a conventional condo development without lots. So if this was a platted development or site condo, we would have the open space called out. It would be its own condo unit or association land as part of a platted development. In this case, there's nothing outside of the homes themselves. You have grass area, lawn, streets, and common open space. So calculating it was a bit of a task for me. What I put in the report was a way to kind of compare this type of development in open space versus platted or site condo development. So with that, what I did was I took 11 units by 6,500 square feet, which is the minimum square footage in this type of development. And then I also took what I estimated to be the area that would be street right-of-way or street easement, 66 feet. Now, there is no street easement here because it's a conventional condo, and it's just not what are included in a conventional condo development. It's just not there. But in a different type of development, you would have a street easement. So what I did was took the linear footage of the streets times 66, and then came up with the number of comparable area that would be toward right-of-way that you would not count towards open space. So with that, it's not, the zoning ordinance does not tell us to do that. It just doesn't give us any guidance on how to calculate open space for a conventional condo development. So when I used that methodology, I was about between 20 and 21% for open space. So the applicant may be able to address that based on their exact measurements of the private streets, but they're close. But I think the 25% is not yet met. They may be able to demonstrate otherwise, but I think that's one item that the Planning Commission will need to follow up with the applicant on that. Concerning qualification, PUDs typically have a 3-acre minimum for consideration. However, it does give the city the discretion to consider PUDs down to 1 acre based on a couple of considerations that are listed within Section 840 of the ordinance. So my review against those considerations, I am not overly concerned with this as a 2.86 acre development to be able to just go through the review process. I think in general, I think this could be consistent with those factors. Just saying that it qualifies does not mean that you're supportive, or does that means that I'm supportive. It just means that I am not concerned with this running through the process, running its course at 2.86 acres. Concerning modifications, so again, as I mentioned before, the PUD process allows for modifications that are recommended by you and approved by the council if this project was supported by the city. Many of these are dimensional modifications, so setbacks, front setbacks, side setbacks, rear setbacks. There's some variations concerning the private street itself. That being one extra unit, we have a maximum of 10 units that can be served by a private street, so they're asking for one beyond that. We have a 66-foot easement requirement, as I mentioned. That's just not part of this type of development, a conventional condo, so that's another waiver that they're requesting. And then lastly, the waterfront setback. As mentioned by the applicant, we have stated at a number of meetings that is the most significant modification requested through this process. Just a little bit on that. The report does mention that while we did, during this process where we did consider the setback averaging from ordinary high water mark, we were not, we looked at Lake Michigan, Spring Lake, other waterways, the bayou, but I don't think we looked at very deep parcels in general. Again, when I'm not saying that it's not appropriate applied here, but this is a case where the average setback of the existing structures result in a 282-foot separation from the ordinary high water mark. That's 7 times greater than the waterfront setback required for the RG1 zoning district. So it's the observation in my report was that I was not sure if everyone anticipated that we'd run into a scenario where we'd have that significant of an increase of a waterfront setback. I'm not saying that it's appropriate or not to waive, but it's an observation that it is much greater than probably most other properties in the city. I mentioned the report. I looked at averages on properties to the north of the subject property and across the waterway, and taking averages on both sides, I found anywhere from low 50s to low 60s for the average waterfront setback in nearby areas. So my observation was that 282 feet from the waterway was a pretty significant increase based on the averaging setback for waterfront. So that's mainly an observation. It does cut out about 2/3 of the developable area of the site, and they are looking at, I believe it's 110-foot setback from the right-of-way. So 282 down to 110 feet. There was one discrepancy between the narratives stating 120. The plan had 110, so the applicant may address that as well. Compatibility in general, I think, is going to be an important part of your consideration. Toward the end of the packet, I did include an analysis of nearby waterfront areas, 4 different areas in the vicinity along with water frontage on Smith Bayou. We had, in the areas that had waterfront, I had one with 1.5 dwellings per acre, next with 2.08 dwellings per acre, one with 2.72 dwellings per acre, and then one with 3.94 dwellings per acre. So we had a range of established waterfront neighborhoods from essentially 1 to close to 4. And mentioned before, this is 3.85, so it's slightly less than the one that would, the highest that was included as part of the study. The applicant mentioned about precedents and other developments. I'd just like to address that. When I look at precedents in comparable neighborhoods, I'm looking at comparable LDR designated neighborhoods on the future land use map, as well as RG1 neighborhoods. I believe most, if not all, the neighborhoods that were referenced by the applicant were not within those with that zoning district and that future land use category. So that's the reason that I looked at those particular neighborhoods in Exhibit 4 of your report, with the density ranges from 1 to 4 units per acre. So I think when we're making comparisons, we should look at similar situated waterfront development along the bayou itself. So lastly, I know we're going to address a lot of specifics after public comment, and I don't want to take up any more of your time. But the Planning Commission, as I mentioned, has a significant responsibility to review this against the master plan recommendations, as well as the intent of the PUD provision in the zoning ordinance. There is a little bit of a disconnect that we have to address. However, the Planning Commission must determine if this is going to be a high-quality development that will benefit the overall community. As mentioned, we have to consider the overall community as well as immediately adjacent property owners. So there certainly is a balance between considering properties to the north and south, those across the water that are in line of sight, versus the community as a whole. So I think there's certainly considerations for Ferrysburg as an entire city, but also right there as well. The modifications in general certainly allow for a higher density and more units than would otherwise be allowable in RG1. So, it's your job tonight to recommend whether or not the extent of those modifications are appropriate and that this project is or is not a benefit to the community.
Thank you, David. So we're now in the, I'm going to open the public hearing. We're in that public hearing now. And as I've said, I would like you to address me with your comments. I want to also share something with you. We recently had our bylaws updated for the Planning Commission. And something that the city wanted us to do was make sure that in a meeting like this, if a number of you wanted to get together and elect a spokesperson to speak about your case for a longer period of time, you're certainly welcome to do that. You were allowed to do that in the past. You're also in the past and continuing now. Each one of you is allowed to come up here and speak to us. We want to hear what your thoughts are on this. So please come back now and join us.
Thanks for speaking out of turn.
You're fine.
I'm a long ways from a public speaker. My mom owns a significant amount of property, 9 acres across the street from the planned unit development site.
I'm sorry, you are, again, but tell me who you are.
To me, this project turns the area into, I'm losing that here, into our financial gain. However, this comes at a cost to area properties project, to my family and my mom. As mom's property will become less desirable, change in style and class of the area, promoting a less desirable neighborhood. No one will want to look at an almost solid wall of 2-story crowded condos, therefore promoting a lower income neighborhood that will most likely be less concerned with this area. I speak on behalf of my mom, my extended family. We together oppose these changes to this small residential neighborhood as it's too much of a change to its character and future design.
And could you give me your name again?
I'm Dave Johnson. I
Dave
live in
Johnson,
Grand Haven.
yeah. Thank you. We have received lots of memos and emails directed to Craig to be shared with us. We have a stack of them here. And I suspect some of the people who wrote those emails or sent them are in the audience. And it is customary in our Planning Commission meetings for all of these emails to be shared with everyone who is here. I think it's a good thing for the public to know all the information that the Planning Commission has at its disposal when it makes decisions. So if you were someone, if you're in the audience here and you had sent us an email or a message, I would really, given my ability to how long I can read emails, come up here and read your email in front of us. If you're here and you sent one in, you probably have a copy with you. I would invite you to do that. But anyone can come up now and tell me whether you're just speaking now or if you have an email that you're going to be reading that you've already sent us. Again, let us know who you are. In general, 3 minutes for comments, but if someone wrote an email that takes 4.5 minutes to read. We're gonna let him do that. I'm prepared to be here till midnight. We're gonna get this done. So, yes.
Yeah, my name is Doug Johnson. I own the house 17808 100. Probably kind of biased. I don't hate him, just area. Or said my mom lives across the street. Condos. She's a little nostalgic because her family's lived on that road. Imagine having a single. That kind of stuff. Don't know. Definitely have some. And of course, that is a floodplain, not in a flood. It's all the way up to the backs of the lodges. I'm Ohio, probably. Crazy. It doesn't happen very often, but your guy said, you know, probably a concern. Hope to get to the street. Our neighbor got to do it. Upside, I think. This is going to attract some people. That's an upside.
Thank you. Yeah,
Tina Bridenstine, 17735 106. I am the property directly south of development, so we're pretty much impacted. Good evening. We are here this evening to request that you recommend denial of Mr. Brockmeyer's proposed PUD. This is so because I will demonstrate in detail his proposed project fails to comply with not less than 13 of the mandatory PUD approval standards of the city. As a first matter, we point out that Mr. Brockmeyer's preliminary plans made reference to his proposed PUD requiring certain variances. And this is true in a limited sense because the proposed PUD does not comply with the standards of an RG1 district, which are the same standards that all surrounding properties comply with, including mine. However, variance is not always the correct technical term under section 8.40A5A of the zoning ordinance. The city has the limited direction to relax only required setbacks and building separation part of a PUD, not as a variance. Section 8.40A5B goes on to provide that PUD is otherwise required to comply with all of the requirements of the underlying zoning. So in case one district. And importantly, even though the city has the discretion to relax only required setbacks and building separations for a PUD, that discretion is strictly limited, and it can only be done for these purposes, as stated in the zoning ordinance. To ensure proper and harmonious building relationships, protect or preserve natural features, or other purposes that conform to the intent of a PUD article, section 8.4A5A. We respectfully ask the Planning Commission to carefully apply these standards when considering specifically Mr. Brockmeyer's request to waive the waterfront setback averaging that is required by section 3.70B of the zoning ordinance, because such a waiver request plainly does not meet those standards. Number one, first, granting such a waiver will reduce the view shed of the water of both adjacent properties and thus create less harmonious relationships with adjacent existing buildings. And in particular, it would reduce our view shed to the water by 35 degrees. And a figure that I want you to remember when I later discuss specific situations that cause the city to adopt that ordinance. Second, such a waiver would clearly not preserve natural features. It would instead destroy more of the waterfront green space. And number three, finally, there is not a single provision in Article 8 evidencing an intent to reduce waterfront view as part of a PUD. So granting a waiver would also violate several other approval standards for PUDs. Before getting into that, you guys should have some illustrations that were given to you. And so the city files on August 30, 2019 memo from Horizon Community Planning, and it specifically addresses this issue. The memo identifies two prior examples where the city application of standard waterfront setback to tear or rebuild projects has resulted in very undesirable situations that reduce the view shed of adjacent homes on the water. So it was 17373 North Shore Estates Road and 19119 North. So you have the exhibits. So for each property, the first aerial photo shows where the average water setback would have been had section 3.70B been in effect before the adjacent tier 1 rebuilds. The second one is for the property shows where the adjacent rebuild actually occurred, since section 3.27B was not in effect at the time. And it also shows how the sight line to the water would have been less impacted. To summarize, what these photos show, that 17373 North Shore Estates suffered additional view shed loss of less of 22%. 19119 North Shore Road suffered an additional view shed loss of 52 degrees, I'm sorry. It's 22 degrees, 52. So these are the precise types of situations the city was trying to prevent when it adopted 3.27OB. In other words, the city adopted the waterfront setback averaging required in section 3.7B to ensure that waterfront view shed losses in the range of 22 degrees and 52 degrees would never occur again. And I've heard them saying about the water setback average that, you know, these were kind of for Lake Michigan properties, but your ordinance states that in the ordinance 3.27B, the plain language of that provision states it applies not only to Lake Michigan properties, but also specifically to Spring Lake, Grand River, and any other body. So compare that to now what Mr. Brockmeyer is asking you to do by waiving compliance with that section for his proposed PUD. As demonstrated by his own site plans, he is asking you to allow the waterfront view shed for our property to be reduced by the 35 degrees. In other words, he's asking you to allow a magnitude of view shed loss that is even greater than what the property 17373 North Shore suffered. The best way to describe it is that section was adopted for the precise purpose of expressly prohibiting what Mr. Brockmeyer is not proposing. Moreover, granting such a waiver would violate a number of PUD approval standards. It would violate 8.70 PUD approval. It says that a PUD shall be approved only if it complies with all several standards. That number one, the PUD must be designed so that the placement of buildings is compatible with surrounding properties. And number two, a determination must be made that any waiver and or relaxing the underlying zoning requirements will not be detrimental to the surrounding area. But waiving that average water setback would most certainly be incompatible with surrounding properties and be detrimental to the surrounding area, including our property in particular, by reducing our water view shed by 35 degrees. Granting the waiver would also violate special land use section 4.2 2.0A2, which is incorporated by the reference in the article. The standard requires that a special land use be compatible with existing character of the general vicinity. In that respect, the whole idea of waterfront setback averaging is to ensure the new waterfront setbacks are compatible with the existing waterfront setbacks in the same vicinity, so as not to reduce the existing sheds to the water. Thus, granting a reduction from the average water setback would be starkly incompatible with the existing character of the neighborhood, where every home existing along the stretch of 168th is positioned closer to 168th instead of being by the water. So this is yet another instance where granting a reduction of the average water front setback would violate the standard. It would diminish the aesthetics of our property and the property to the north by significantly reducing the existing waterfront view shed and create a less harmonious relationship that exists now, where all the existing homes are far setback from the water code 168. So in summary, the Planning Commission would have to violate at least 4 PUDs to grant that waterfront setback that Mr. Brockmeyer is seeking. That you won't do that and will instead deny the PUD. Beyond the issue of waterfront setback averages, or my husband will discuss.
Just this. The proposed PUD does not comply with section 8.4, which states the minimum site area for a PUD shall be 3 acres. The site is only 2.86 acres. We do recognize that section 8.4 goes on to state that the parcel less than 3 acres may be considered for approval, but only if the PUD meets all 4 criteria. This project does not meet any of those criteria. First, the PUD must demonstrate greater quality than would be allowable under conventional zoning requirements. The PUD does nothing that could be considered as higher quality than what is already allowed in the current zoning ordinance. Examples of high quality developed residential parcels are numerous around Smith's Bayou, and each has been developed under conventional zoning requirements. This development does not create greater quality, only greater quantity. Second, there must be a physical condition related to the property that do not permit increasing the area to meet the minimum. The standard is not satisfied. There are no physical conditions that would prevent Mr. Brockmeyer from purchasing another adjacent lot to increase the project area to 3 acres. Third, architectural and site design building materials and colors, use of landscaping, and provision of site amenities must be sufficiently high quality that the reduction is warranted. This standard is not satisfied. The proposed PUD offers nothing that could be considered as higher quality in design, materials, or amenities that multiple developed residential parcels around Smith's Bayou. Fourth, and most important, the reduction in area must not result solely from the inability of the applicant to meet the normal requirements of the RG1 district. So, the question here is this: is Mr. Brockmeyer seeking a PUD on a substandard size parcel only because he could not meet the normal requirements of the RG1 district? That is absolutely the case. Mr. Brockmeyer is using a PUD for no other reason than to accomplish a housing density and shorter waterfront setback than could be allowed in the RG1 district. He has admitted as much in his application materials when he stated that without the waterfront setback variance, the project is dead in the water. That same standard cannot be waived under the normal requirements of the RG1 district. And so this is the only reason he is seeking a PUD. Based upon the proposed PUD failure to meet any of these 4 mandatory criteria, let alone all of the criteria, the Planning Commission should deny the PUD for failure to comply with minimum area requirement. Section 4.20, Standards for Approval, SLUs. Section 4.2 requires that PUDs be compatible and in accordance with the city master plan. Mr. Brockmeyer's proposed PUD fails this standard in at least 2 respects. As I already mentioned earlier, the proposed building density is not in accordance with the recommendation of the master plan, which indicates that these lands should be developed at a density of no more than 3 units an acre. Mr. Brockmeyer is proposing a density of 3.84 acres. Mr. Brockmeyer is inaccurately portraying the objective stated on page 31 of the master plan about encouraging PUDs on remaining large acreage parcels. Read in context, the objective is referring to the vacant lands that are mentioned on page 31, which are mapped on page 19, map 5 of the master plan. This is logical because the next on the page 16 of the master plan refers only to vacant parcels in excess of 3 acres, which not coincidentally is the same minimum area requirement for a PUD under the zoning ordinance. Simply stated, these lands are not proposed for PUD development under the master plan. Private road variance, serving 11 lots instead of the maximum of 10 lots. Mr. Brockmeyer has also stated that he needs a variance from section 3.300 F8 to allow a private street that serves more than 10 lots without a secondary point of access. This is one area where Mr. Brockmeyer needs a true variance from the ZBA because neither the Planning Commission nor City Council have the authority to waive private road standards as part of the PUD approval process. Clearly, however, the situation does not qualify for a variance. There's nothing unusual or unique about the properties in question. They have sizes, dimensions, and layouts that are identical or similar to all of the surrounding lands. Serving 11 lots versus 10 lots is not a substantial property right. At a minimum, this project could be done with 10 units. Mr. Brockmeyer admits that the variance is not necessary to enjoy any property right because he admits he could design the homes on 168 with driveways onto 168. There would be substantial detriment to adjacent properties because adding the extra home would further diminish the waterfront views. We recognize that the ZBA would ultimately need to decide this issue, but nonetheless raise the issue with the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission should not even be reviewing a PUD that is plainly unapprovable because it plainly does not qualify for the waivers or variances it would need. Wetlands. Finally, we would like to comment on the wetlands affecting this property. But more important, we have identified not less than 13 provisions of the zoning ordinance that would be violated by the approval of this PUD as it currently being proposed. For that reason, we ask that the Planning Commission recommend denial of the PUD so that he does not destroy the integrity and harmonious nature of our neighborhood with this clearly inappropriate project that would have multiple negative impacts on our property and other nearby properties.
Thank you. I have to say something. What you and your wife have read was big sections of a major submittal to us supporting your position. I've been on the Planning Commission many years, and I've rarely seen such a well-done proposal supporting a position either for something or against it. Not that I'm making a decision on it, but that was a very well-done response. Okay, whoever would like to come up next. Well, this lady, I think, was standing up there. Yeah, thank you. Tell us who you are.
I don't have a whole packet. I have a letter that I
Perfect.
sent to you, and sure, I'm
Yes, who are you?
I'm Judy Draper, and I reside all the way since June of '94 in the house that was built by my late husband. He grew up properly south and next to the proposed development. I'm opposed to the project for these reasons. One, the increased traffic on what is already a busy corridor. Please note, if you already haven't, the condition of the roadway. It's very difficult to keep up with filling all of the potholes. I'm sure the people do their best. They're in front of my house constantly. Number two, change to the neighborhood's complexion from single-family homes to condos, albeit they're single family. And number three, although the water levels are presently low, they may fluctuate back to high in the cycle, and guaranteed they will. What would any required fill do to the existing valuable wetlands? Appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, come on.
I'm gonna have to X out here, a proud resident of Ferrisburg for over 20 years after that. That's hard to follow up with.
I'm sorry, you are?
Well, I'm gonna get into that. So my name is, good evening, members and Planning Commission. My name is Chris Larson, proud resident of Ferrisburg for over 20 years. And that, so I apologize. And a former member of both the West Michigan Regional Planning Commission and our City Council. And before I begin, I did submit an email, but I'm not going to bore everyone with that because I've had time to think and reflect on what's going on here in our great city. I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned we could ask you questions. So I have a question for you, the planner, and Mr. Brockmeyer for clarification. Is that okay?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
may not answer it, but
Yeah,
you can
sure,
certainly
no,
ask
okay.
it.
So, Mr. Brockmeyer, in your opening comments, did I hear you say that as your property was originally laid out, there's 5 parcels on there? 9. Okay, well, whatever the plat was, 5 or 9, I see. Wow, okay. And 8. And Mr. Planner, sir, I can't remember your name. The area that Mr. Brockmeyer's development is in, that's currently low residential, is that correct, or whatever, RG1? Or I should say, Mr. Messenger and Planner.
The zoning is RG1 currently.
Okay, all right. And are duplexes allowed in there, in RG1s?
No.
No, okay, just curious, okay, so 8 or 9, and so, Mr. 8, okay, and then so, Mr. Chairman, for argument's sake then, if those 8 parcels met the zoning ordinances, could Mr. Brockmeyer begin building 8 houses in there without coming before the planning commission? I mean, right?
No.
I'm just curious, no? No, okay, well, I was just thinking about this, so. Anyway, as I stated, my name is Chris Larson, and there is no question that change is hard when it comes to development, especially when it's in your own backyard. Personally, I'm currently experiencing this change and development in my own backyard. The former DeBryan property, which is currently, or I shouldn't say currently, which has always been behind my house, is one of the last 10-acre parcels in the city that was just currently redeveloped, and it's been split up into 4 parcels. And so now I have a McMansion towering over my house. Do I like it? Of course not. I'd prefer to see the woods there that I've looked at for the last 20 years since I've lived here. However, this is not my property, and this is change, and I'm okay with it because this is how we progress. I stand here tonight to express my strong support for the Cottage Shores Development Project, a proposal I believe represents the future of thoughtful and sustainable community development in Ferrysburg. Cottage Shores is not just another development, it's a testament to what Ferrysburg, not Spring Lake Township, not the village of, can achieve when we embrace innovation alongside our deep respect for the natural environment. The developers have gone above and beyond to ensure this project aligns with our city's vision, incorporating sustainable practices that protect and enhance our natural, unique settings. From the proposed wildlife habitat enhancement areas to the thoughtful integration of green infrastructure, Cottage Shores sets a good standard for responsible development. However, it's just not the environmental considerations that make this project stand out. The developers have shown an extremely and exemplary commitment to engaging with our community, seeking feedback and adapting their plans to reflect the values and concerns of Ferrysburg residents. This level of transparency and collaboration is precisely what we need to foster a sense of unity and shared purpose as our city continues to grow and change. I also want to touch briefly on the importance of maintaining Ferrysburg's unique identity. This project has the potential to celebrate and enhance what makes our community special, ensuring that as we develop, we do not lose sight of our heritage and the qualities that make Ferrysburg not just a place to live, but a place that we call home. This development also serves as a great counterweight to the 3 separate storage condominiums built so far in the city. In closing, I urge the Planning Commission to view the Cottage Shores project favorably. Approving this development would send a clear message about our community's commitment to sustainable growth, environmental stewardship, collaborative community planning. I would say let's embrace this opportunity to set a positive direction for the future of Ferrysburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Hello, my name's Nicole Larabelle. I live at 16814 Virginia Avenue. I'm a licensed realtor with Coldwell Banker in Grand Haven, and I'm also a licensed builder. I've completed many homes in my portfolio. I also serve on the Ferrisburg Zoning Board of Appeals. I want to make everyone aware that there are no PUDs in Ferrisburg on 168th Avenue, Van Wagner, Carlson, Virginia, Cecilia, and the entire Sunnyside neighborhood near the. These are lots that are platted city lots. Condos will not fit the density of the neighborhood. PUD-sized lots are not what this neighborhood has. I understand the Brockmeyers are doing a PUD because they cannot meet all the criteria of the city's ordinances without them. Homes in the area are on platted city lots of average size. 2.86 acres is under what the city considers to be the minimum for a PUD. Land in the future will continue to become more valuable than we can comprehend at this time. Granting this PUD will start the trend of homes being bought by developers and knocked down for BUD. At the Brockmeyers open house, I was saddened to see their historic home will be ultimately. More homes in the future will be cannibalized for the precedent. The average Ferrisburg residents will not be able to afford these homes. David's comments that out-of-town folks have been the ones calling him with interest, that's what to be expected with a $700,000 to $1 million price point of condos that you shared with me. PUD is what's good for rich out-of-towners and developers, not Ferrisburg residents who can afford these homes. Please listen to the residents who have worked hard to show you why this can.
Hi, I'm Jeff Doty. I live at 16980 Cecilia Lane in Ferrisburg on Smith Avenue. I'm opposed to cottage shores. First off, kudos to the Brockmeyers for being creative and for the salesmanship. They've done a nice job. There are a number of reasons this project should be rejected. I'm going to focus on what I think the main one is, and everybody else does too. Waterfront setback variance request. Most of us are working on a computer screen or a 9.5 piece of by 11 piece of paper. It's hard to tell how big it will be and what it really looks like. I made this a little bit. So the waterfront setback ordinance serves two purposes. One's to keep buildings from getting too close to the water's edge and causing erosion and shore damage. Another is to keep the houses along a sort of line so no neighbor gets too far out in front of the others, obstructing their views. Like it is nice, orderly. Right. In the Planning Commission application, they claim the average, under the current ordinance, cottage shores construction had to be at the average setback of its 282 feet. You're proposing to move up to 110 difference. It's like saying, this line's not for me, better than this, I'm jumping straight to the front of the line. Heck with everyone. In the Planning Commission application, they claim the average of the two neighbors part of the ordinance is meant to deal with Lake Michigan development. That may be true, but that's not what the ordinance says. It says for all waterfront lots with frontage on Lake Michigan and its just Spring Lake, the Grand River, or any body of water. In the original proposal to the Planning Commission, cottage shores claim that views remain obstructed. I find this to be. It's not a situation where you can say, well, if you just look this way and not over here, you still see. Or I'm going to take this part, but you're okay. You still have this. That's really not how this. In fact, this project goes so far down towards the water, affects not just the next door neighbors, but the proposal states an opinion that overall there should be no adverse effects to the neighbor's property values. In fact, the opposite is likely. I have a contrary opinion that this project only benefits the project, detriment of its neighbor. Property values will likely go down. If the Planning Commission approves this project, what's to stop others with deep lots and deep pockets from doing this value? Next thing you know, we have 40 more homes on the small bayou, proposed 9 more. Lastly, I think the Lake Michigan property owners that were denied their building permits to block part of his neighbor's views by this ordinance, hoping the commission passes this project. they'll either bring the proposal back and deserve to move forward with it, or maybe just sue the city of Ferrisburg. I think you should vote for the project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Tim Scarpino. I live at 17761 Bayberry in Ferrisburg. I just got back from Fort Lauderdale today and talk about density and waterfronts. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the project that Dave and Paige Brockmeyer have been working with you on for the better part of 8 months. As some of you know, I've served the city of Ferrisburg as a member of the city council, including a term as mayor pro tem. I've served on the planning commission and was chairman of the zoning board of appeals. I'm currently serving as chairman of the Brownfield Redevelopment and Economic Development Authority for the city. My wife, Christine, and I have been residents of Ferrisburg for 28 years, having owned homes on Gruenbauer and Bayberry. And in the interest of full disclosure, we're friends and neighbors with the Brockmeyers, living directly east of them, just on the other side of the Johnson Farm property. When David first shared this concept with me, I was impressed with such an innovative land use for our community. Make no mistake, our small town is changing. One need only look at the home remodeling and construction projects that have been taking place for the better part of a decade east of Smith's Bridge. People have been maximizing property use by expanding the footprints of homes that have become larger, more attractive, and contributing significantly to our community's tax base. With all of this construction, I have heard precious little concern from neighbors and the broader community. As our city grows and yes, changes, I think it's vitally important to encourage that growth. There are a number of residential developments, condos if you will, in our city, and look at how well kept, quiet, and attractive they are as neighborhoods. I was on city council when the Gables development was first proposed on a 15-acre parcel just off of West Spring Lake Road. As I recall at the time, neighbors were concerned about the development, its impact on the mostly undeveloped property, the potential traffic and infrastructure needs. The Planning Commission was able to work directly with the developer to enhance green space preservation, align the units in an attractive way, and ensure that the development blended in with the existing neighborhood. Some 20 years later, what complaints has anybody heard regarding that residential community? My point is that looking back through the lens of time, we find that these kinds of developments contribute significantly to our community without the short-term concerns manifesting themselves. What I find most helpful to the city regarding the Brockmeyer development is that it's a PUD, which gives the city significantly more input and control over how the project might develop. I've always been a fan of the PUD and would encourage its use wherever possible. Look how closely the Brockmeyers have worked with you for the last 8 months. And let's be clear, Dave and Paige are decades-long residents of Ferrisburg, and they are trying to make a significant contributions to its future with an aesthetically pleasing, well-planned development that will continue the desirable growth that we are seeing on the east side of Ferrisburg. The combined parcels are going to be very unique, and such a rarity requires a thoughtful plan for its next use. Your work with the Brockmeyers over the last 8 months has proved a figurative blueprint for innovative and thoughtful land use at a time when developable residential land becomes more and more scarce in our city. I encourage you to put your stamp on the future of Ferrisburg and recommend approval of this plan to the City Council in a way that the Ferrisburg Planning Commission has done in the past, contributing to an attractive and desirable place for people to call home.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Amaya from Spring Lake, and I am here to read a letter from Julie Gerke, the daughter of neighbors in the other parcel of land with Brockmeyers. Kind of a long letter, so bear with me while I read this. My name is Julie B.B. Gerke, and I was born in 1964. My family has lived at the property at 17771 168th Avenue for almost 60 years. I know a lot about the property that I would like to share with the Planning Commission. First of all, I would like everyone to know that my father's father built the house at 17,750. My father has lived at the two properties for over 70 years, so he's especially knowledgeable and attached to the property, but I will continue on with my point of view. Growing up, I had the pleasure of not only playing on my property, but on my grandparents' property. I remember looking for baby turtles in the spring and summer and putting them in my little turtle enclosure, feeding them flies and I remember catching toads, which I adored. I would put them in my little plastic pool and watch them swim around and then put them in the grass and let them hop away. One time when I was about 10, my dad caught a rabbit, and not a wild rabbit, but a white Dutch bunny rabbit. We kept her and my dad built a hutch, and shortly thereafter she had bunnies. Learned a lot about rabbits and eventually realized there were a lot of work. We have had many dogs on the property, poodles and Irish setters. I know some have expressed concerns about the loss of habitat for wild animals. Seriously, in all this time, beside frogs, toads, and snakes, the only other creatures on the property are squirrels and rabbits. I have heard other people's concerns about how building these 11 condos would destroy the wildlife habitat. I don't believe that 11 condos would have any effect on turtles, toads, rabbits, or squirrels. In fact, I think it would be amazing to have 11 families with children and give them the opportunity to catch those little creatures, observe them, and learn about nature and release back to the wild as I did. Another benefit from living on the bayou is, of course, the water. I loved living on the water in all its many seasons. In the winter, we used to go down and ice skate on the bayou. When I was in my teens and younger, I did not skate much. When I got into my 30s, because I realized that falling on the ice is painful, and I really couldn't afford a broken ankle or wrist. But when I was a child, I remember satisfying days shoveling off the ice and having a little patch to skate. One time when I was about 8, the entire bayou froze over flat. We skated from our house all the way around the corner almost to the bridge. It was magnificent. I don't see many people ice skating now, but population is aging, and I suppose this is why we need to activities to our younger selves and the 11 families that could have the opportunity to partake in such endeavors. Let's talk about the summer on the bayou. We have taken advantage of every single opportunity one can have. My dad always kept a boat along the seawall, and we have gone on pleasure cruises, fishing on Lake Michigan, anchoring off the beach and swimming. We have gone into Spring Lake tubing behind the boat, and we have used the bayou for kayaking, rowing, paddleboarding, and I remember when I was a teenager, I would take our little rowboat across the bayou to my best friend's house. Her father bought her a tiny rowboat, and she would row over to my house in the summer, and it was much quicker to row than to go around the entire bayou. One thing that comes to mind with owning property on the waterfront is the lake levels change. Sometimes water levels are high and sometimes they're low. We have had 2 times only when our property was flooded because of high water levels, as did every other person living on the bayou at those times. And even though there was flooding, it did not cover half our property, nor did it even cover a quarter of it. So we had high water on 2 years of living there for over 70 years. It is not an issue, and the high water marks have been defined and noted on all property drawings and plans, and this will not be affecting the condos that are on the property. I find it funny that people that have not lived in Perrysburg for over 70 years or don't own property on a body of water think they know more about the property than people that actually live on the property. I can tell you right now that we know a whole lot about the property in the neighborhood, and I cannot think of anybody that still lives on the bayou since our family has been there. My grandfather built the log cabin when my dad was young. My parents got married, bought the small house next door, added a house to the little house when I was about 10. The hardest part of this whole process is going to see houses that were lovingly crafted torn down. It will break our hearts, but nothing lasts forever, and we know that it's time to move on and allow new families to enjoy this little heaven. Please allow this project to move forward as every consideration has been made to protect the waterfront, the property setbacks, and the fact that the condos are freestanding and allow some privacy from their neighbors, yet allow them a sense of community between all 11 families. I can only imagine the wonderful times to come, collecting toads and turtles and even snakes. By the way, nobody has seen a snake on the property for about 30 years. So if snakes concern you, don't worry. I think they're in the field across the street. In conclusion, Paige and David Brockmeyer have the support of the entire BB family. We have given them our blessing and look forward to seeing the wonderful conclusion of the project. Sincerely, Julie B.B. Jurek, Norma Beebe Breeding and Carla Beebe Grunwald, the Beebe sisters that grew up and lovingly enjoyed the property on Avenue. Thank you for bearing with me on the letter. I just want to add one personal note that I'm not been brought up, but I want you to keep in mind that on this project, Paige and David are tearing down their lovely home that someone mentioned, but they will be living in one of these homes. And they're going to create a community that's a loving family community here. They're not a builder from Grand Rapids coming in and throwing houses. This is going to be their home, and it's going to be well taken care of and well thought out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Shulo. I live on the north side of the proposed property development. Just want to let you know from a personal way that when I bought this property, I built a new home on that property with the thought that I would see the view that I see right now. I had no idea at this time that this proposed development would be cutting off most of my water view. I have a view straight on, as Dave said, but I do not have the view that I bought the property. I don't know who has the right to take away my view of the property I bought. A developer gets the right to change all that? I don't understand. Another point is the value of our homes north and south. I would like to know that I'm going to be of value when this proposed thing has a huge wall that we look at, and there are 4 houses right down on the water that I see their backyards. That's the view I bought the property for. If you lived where I live right now, any of you would have the same feelings I have right now. I know you don't. Asked you to come yesterday, the planning committee, to see the views that were going to be cut off with this proposed development. No one showed. No one cared to show up to see one single house lose everything that they bought. Almost everything. I don't know how to allow one person to take away what all of us have had. And it's quiet. All these boats, docks, will have people on them. Maybe other people on them. And they are going to be loud. That water is not big enough to accommodate all those lots and all the fuel and all the noise that they're going to make. I am begging you, this is not right.
Thank you. I would say, just to let you know that I think all the members of the Planning Commission have visited Mr. Brockmeyer's place. Oh, not your property. Yeah. Okay. My sister-in-law is dying. I was in Midland with her. Will that work? Yes.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the council and fellow residents of Ferrysburg. For those of you who came to our open house this past weekend, thank you to coming to find out the facts, meeting us, seeing our homes, seeing the plotted homes in our property, and sharing your views and your questions. My name is Paige Brockmeyer. I've lived at 17753 168th Avenue in the city of Ferrysburg for 26 years, and I plan to retain my residence in this development closer to the lake. The Planning Commission's role is to review facts and recommend applications for development plans to City Council. A consultant has reviewed these plans, as well as the fire chief, the building inspector, city engineer, public services supervisor, and all have approved with some with minor revisions. In order to disseminate the facts and dispel the rumors, I recently set out to get live person feedback from the community. While canvassing various areas of Ferrisburg, primarily around the bayou, I visited over 60 homes and 23 businesses to present the project, share the facts, and discuss the pressing issues that affect our city. I was surprised at the overwhelming support for the project once the facts were made clear. What I heard: the importance of community growth and development for the prosperity of Ferrisburg is on everyone's mind. Many are distressed by the closure of local businesses like Ace Hardware, Pizza Hut, and even the candy store. These closures underscore the need for revitalization and economic stimulation within our community. We cannot afford to stagnate while neighboring areas thrive. Moreover, I've spoken directly with the business owners in Ferrisburg, and they understand that a vibrant and diverse population is essential to their continued success. By welcoming new residents, we can breathe new life into our local economy and ensure the longevity of our businesses. Additionally, property rights are a fundamental aspect of our community's identity. Residents should have the freedom to utilize their properties in ways that align with their values and aspirations. Whether it's building a garden, a playground, or simply erecting a fence, property owners should be empowered to make decisions that will enhance their quality of life. Furthermore, I urge us to consider Ferrisburg's mission statement, which emphasizes the importance of forward-thinking development and community engagement. It's clear that our city has the potential for sound, exciting growth with continued support and participation from its residents. Lastly, I want to draw attention to last night's City Council discussion surrounding the city budget and the proposal that Council Member DeWitt asked to discuss in the future about a millage to maintain the bike path. As we evaluate our fiscal priorities, let's not lose sight of the critical role that infrastructure plays in fostering connectivity and recreational opportunities for our community. In conclusion, I believe that the Cottage Shores project represents a step towards a brighter future for Ferrisburg. By embracing growth, supporting local businesses, and upholding property rights, we can ensure that our city remains a vibrant and thriving place to call home. I'd like to just add from some of the comments today, and maybe answer some questions, but condos has such a negative tone to it, or understanding, that so many people have said we don't want to see a wall of condos or just a block. And if you've seen any of the plans, the homes are single-family homes, cottage style with shaken shingle that would fit beautifully in our community. And that's why we've had so much interest in them. David and I are going to continue to live here with our family on the property, as I may have mentioned earlier. We are not allowing any short-term rentals, so this is not going to be just a one hell of a raisin party going on at this little resort. It's a cul-de-sac designed to share what we've been blessed with over the last 25 years with new families that we can call friends, hopefully. We think that it's a better alternative than having $2.1 million homes going up around the lake, where most people can't afford that. And I know $700,000 is a lot of money, but that will allow young families to get into their first lake living home. Well, you can buy one of the 2.1 or 2.2, so that's a little out of our league. Thank you for your time and your consideration over all of these last few months.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Doty. I'm a homeowner at 16980 Cecilia Lane, residing on Smith Bayou. I'm here today to express my opposition. My husband and I have only lived. I don't carry a lot of hearing from a lot of people. I don't even know a lot of people. Opposition is not political. It's not personal. It's based on our point of view, having moved to this community
growth, development, and increased tax revenues can be great for, and I can understand how this proposal is facing. It's evident that a lot of time, effort, thought, creativity out of the box is, seriously, we applaud, we don't know you, we applaud what you've done. It gets people excited to think about possible. I still oppose the current, and what I have heard today is either for it or against. I personally believe modifications need to be not do it this way or that way. My opinion, our opinion, value, we do see the property, but change is inevitable, and I'm all for it. So that's not the issue. The main objection we have, setback. Why? It negatively impacts the neighbors on, but their life will change because of this. It does matter. I looked at the renderings, and it shows an existing line of sight. And for both properties, it starts at the center of the house, pretty much the center. You do lines of sight. We all live in our entire house. I look at the lake mostly from my upstairs bedroom. It looks north. So to say looking straight is the only way to do it, respectfully, I think that they're losing. So the noise, there is noise that will be increased. Boats on the water, 12 docks, 70 feet out. I believe there's one dock right now. The bayou is 49 point bridge in, less than 50 acres. And you want to put 12 slips in, fine. 6 slips, 12 slips, excuse me, 12. I have 3 motorized watercraft. How many watercraft are going to be approved? Is it a homeowners association? City going to approve? It could have potentially 24, 36. Just things to consider. A lot of my neighbors have multiple. A lot of people in this room have multiple watercraft. Something to consider also. I'm talking about water. What's going to be out there. I just think it's not a homeowners association. Rental, people are going to buy them. They're going to rent them out. I'm fortunate. I also have our city instituted a year ago. No more Airbnb rentals or VRBO rentals, less. They instituted this because consideration also. Decisions. I don't believe it should be left up to the association. The setbacks, if allowed, will impact with noise, short-term rentals, and light pollution. There will be an increase of lighting, and that is a real. Basically, they're right. They didn't ask me to be. I would help somebody. Because we also look at other deep lots. It could, not their proposal, but it could 30, 40. Things to think about. The tax revenue, what you're doing. So I read where it said, and somebody said this, 11 homes are the project that's dead in the water. So there's no room for negotiation. The city and residents just need to take it or leave it. I say no, revise it. Consider new possibilities. It works for the city, the homeowners, the taxpayers, and the developer. Why 11? Why not 2 rows of houses instead of 3 rows? I'm sure there's financial reasons, but it's not really your problem. I don't know what the developer is. Why not 2 rows of houses? Why not invite some table? They're single, but talk about the possibilities of those fantastic development. That you don't have to. So, asking you no to this proposal, but open to the possibilities of what for Ferrisburg. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Cook. I live at 17605 168th Avenue. I'd like to say before I make my public comment that I admire you guys, your volunteers. I hope you were very good at long problems and that you have a strong bladder because you're going to be here until midnight. I did write a letter that I would like to read. Originally, when I heard the Brockmeyer's proposal over 8 months ago, I spoke in opposition to it. Tonight, I've changed my mind, and I wrote you a letter that I'd like to read as to why. But when I think of the idea and property rights, they're a core pillar of personal wealth creation, prosperity, and prerequisites for a successful governing society. As property owners, I think the Brockmeyers are exercising their right to determine the best and highest use of their personal property. I have had multiple discussions with both of the Brockmeyers over the past 8 months. Even knowing that I originally opposed the project, they were very forthcoming with information. They were very open to having me on the property. I did go to their open house. From my standpoint, they have developed a proposal that is physically possible, financially feasible, and maximally productive for them as property owners. My personal thought is that as the Planning Commission, you have to determine whether the Brockmeyer's proposal is legally permissible within the confines of the adopted master plan and the zoning ordinance. Again, I hope you're very good at story problems, as all of the section references referenced off tonight would make my head spin. You guys have employed Mr. Jarosz, if I'm saying your last name right, at a taxpayer expense of $125 an hour. He has been with the city for 11 years. He comes to all of your meetings, and he is reviewing this proposal for you. So given that the Brockmeyers presented this proposal nearly 8 months ago, asking for initial input, and that taxpayer funds were spent to have an expert review the proposal, I really see no reason why it should fail tonight. It would make more sense to cut it off when it was in the preliminary stage. And so getting to a vote tonight. There have also been comments made on Ferrisburg Informed as well as during council insinuating that the proposal may not have gone through the appropriate channels. That was addressed tonight. Again, you have an expert that you've hired at taxpayer expense. You have an attorney to guide you in the procedural questions. So in summary, I think you should vote yes on the Brockmeyer's proposal. As a property owner, I would want to be afforded equal right as the Brockmeyers to make best use of my personal property, so long as I meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance and any variances granted to me. I think the Brockmeyers have done their due diligence and have gone above and beyond to present their proposal to all of the public through their open house and through coming to you 8 months ago with a preliminary proposal. Again, I see no reason that the proposal should be defeated now, given the time, attention, and taxpayer expense that has gone into evaluating it for the past 8 months. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So my name is Jill Nelson. I was just here recently, in front of everybody because of our driveway variance.
it was not paved enough far back after the project was done, unbeknownst to me and my husband until we were told that. And during that, as I've been sitting here just kind of listening, I was not expecting to actually see anything, so I didn't prepare anything. But just sitting here listening to people talk and going through that myself, you know, during that meeting, we had to pretty much defend our desire for a variance. And in that, we talked about how our second driveway was going to affect the road, how it was going to affect the neighbors, how it was going to affect the city. And it was a second driveway. We park a trailer on it. We don't use it for cars or anything like that. And as we've been talking about it and hearing people talk about it's people's property rights, the one thing that keeps coming to my mind is our driveway was not affecting anybody else. It wasn't affecting the road. And yet 2 people in this group voted against it because of precedence. And this is actually affecting people directly living next to them. Will this directly affect my view? No. But it does affect people, and I think they've tried to tell you their point of view with that. So I guess I just wanted to say I really hope that you guys listen to that. And going back to, you know, having a precedent-setting decision, I think people made a really good point on what is this going to do later on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jane Austin, 16903 Lake Road, Ferrisburg. We've been out here for over 30 years. We do not support this proposal for the following reasons. We think it is too many buildings on too small a plot of land, too many docks in an area where it's narrow and swampy. You can't hardly turn a boat around there now. And with those docks coming out 70 feet, it's going to be extremely difficult to even get boats through there. And I really think it will affect water quality and noise. I don't really object to him putting something there, but 11, it meets, you have so many setbacks that have to be overlooked in order to make this happen. That's why we have zoning. I was on the Lake Board, I was on the ZBA, and I really think those rules are in play for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Wait till this gentleman come up himself. All right.
Hi, Roger Kress, 16903 Lake Road.
I'm sorry, your name is what?
Roger Kress. I'm opposed to the project. Get things packet. Brockmeyer's plan. Look at page 11, 18, where it shows what development looks like as supposedly put on there, how it blocks out neighbors. In your packets, it is so startling. It's so startling. It's so startling. It's just as soon as I saw that, I was going like, really? They're going to allow this? You know, I'm all for road, everything. This is not the right time, this type of project, for any amount of reason. Why is it 11? Why wouldn't they look at different levels or different ways to build it? It's less impactful to the neighborhood and the neighbors around it. That's the environmental issues, water quality issues. Right now, there's currently drainage issues on Brockmire property. Just, oh, why would they even propose this? Why would they bring it up? They've been working on it for 8 months with you guys. If they would have those setbacks and just try to run it through this PUD project. Thank you for your.
Jim Bryant, Cecilia Lane. People can usually hear me without the mic. I want to voice my opposition to this for all the reasons everybody else has so eloquently given already tonight. I worry about the traffic on the road, especially worry about the traffic on the bayou and what it's going to do to the water. And I think it'll just completely change the feel of our neighborhood, which is special. Don't want to lose that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to share something with us?
I don't have anything prepared, so it won't be eloquent. My name is Wendy Shaner. I live at 1775 Virginia Avenue. It's the corner of Virginia and 168th. I've been there 20 years. I've lived here a couple blocks down the road, totaling almost 55 years that I've been here. So I was born and raised here. The Bizanis, who I'm related to, they grew up on the other side of the bayou, and one of the things I've always loved about this place and why I never moved away was it's pristine, it's quiet, it's beautiful. There's a lot of nature to look at. You've got the water across the street, low on the crime, and you can have your kids out at night and not have to worry about them. I think what everybody else has said too, I think that's too many buildings in that area, and I think it's going to be a detriment. We were already having problems with speeders and high traffic on 168th. I've seen kids almost get hit because they don't patrol it very well. And this is just going to bring in more traffic, and it may not, he may be just trying to put families in there, but there is going to be a lot of increased noise. There's going to be a lot more traffic, the boating, and what he had said about the quality of the water out there. Right now, it's a great place for families. I don't know anybody who can afford a $700,000 home just getting married and starting a family. I just don't, I think it's too many buildings. Less maybe, but it's just too many. I love where I live, and I don't want to see it bring in the bad element. I think there's going to be more issues with a lot of crime. But mostly it's just the quiet neighborhood, and Grand Haven is already so developed. It's not pretty anymore. This is like the jewel of the Tri-Cities, I think. That's why I stayed here all these years. And I don't know about everybody else, but nobody ever came to my house to ask me what I thought about it, and neither my neighbor either, who lives across the street. So that's just all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to share anything with us?
I wasn't planning on saying anything, but
you are.
I am. I'm Cal Braun. I live in Spring Lake. I was curious about the project, and after hearing the Johnsons, my dear friends with Betty and neighbors across the street. And one time she came up to Rita and myself and said, "I have a nose problem. What's going on over there?" So they said they're planning on doing a development in there, which would be right next to Bridle Path. I built a home on Bridle Path as a spec house. I sold it before. And those houses are nice houses. They're not cheap. And I'm sure they're planning on doing some nice homes too on that 9 acres. I feel that these condos are going to increase the likelihood of them getting more for their house, because the condos aren't cheap. The people that are coming to live there aren't criminals. They're gonna be middle class, good jobs, and they're talking about increased traffic from these 11 houses. Well, what's gonna happen when the Johnsons open up their driveway? Well, I don't know how many homes they have planned there, but they're gonna have the same problem. People are gonna say, well, you can't do that. You're gonna increase all the traffic. I really think that it would help the Johnsons with their property selling homes. So I'm in favor. Brockmeyer.
Thank you. Anyone else here who wants to share anything with us? As people have come forward and shared thoughts with us, I've compared who you are with the memos we've received. I've got the stack of them here, those who have spoken with the memos they sent. However, I am going to share with you the other memos that we've received where no one is here to present them. So I think this is public information. We're all considering it here, and you should know what we are looking at or hearing and seeing.
Mr. Chairman, could we take a 5-minute break?
We absolutely could. I was going to do that after I read the memos, but I hear a desire to do it now. And I think Mr. Cook made the point here, how long we could last, I don't know. But let's take a 5-minute break here if we can. Yes. We'll resume at 10 after.
Yeah, I hear that. I'll pick that up. I got it. Sure. It's good for you. That's what you keep on. Okay. How is it in the airport? Is it exhausting for you?
I get a host.
Oh.
Yeah, I get into the.
I left it in my coat pocket. I'll admit it. I'm thinking.
I want the
I was out there getting my files. I can't sit here any longer. I've sat all day.
Come on, you can get mine. You're welcome. The next question I have. I'm sorry? The next question I have. What's the plan? We want round and round. I was in 4. I didn't get back to 4. I saw that. I literally. I know you do. What's the sense of the direction that you guys want to go? But correct me if I'm wrong. Those responsibilities assigned to us by an city council. May not be the city council you were mayor of. Okay. And that's me personally. We're in trouble. We got too many openings already. I just know that I wasn't too minded about the James presentation at the last meeting. And this was a little wound up. It's not, we're more driven, and that's fine. That's the only thing that we're volunteering. That said, you know, desire is, if there's anything that we can do to help the council deliberate, we let the flag go. I was gonna come last night. No, I'm in Russia. least 12 years. 12, 14 years. And I've been out to whatever created it. I don't know. Very good. But we have infrastructure in place. Right?
My mom's watching my kids, and usually we go to my mom's house, and I was like, this one, I think you're gonna have to come to my house and put my kids to bed. It's cool to see like the community talking and different. I like just like observing.
You know, a lot of people would ask me about this, and I'd said I can't discuss it, but send your letters in as well, even if you're going to speak, because when you get up there, people get addled. We're trying to listen. It's noisy. It's discombobulated. Give us these letters so that we can look at them. You know, before. And that's probably why we have.
Yeah. Well, we were coming to like hours before. I feel like so far everyone's been really respectful.
It mostly has, yeah.
How you doing over there, Sandy? Good?
Clean and everything. Not a sinner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I'm sort of like lean and like finding myself like, okay, Sam.
Well, it's a lot better, but I still like don't come back.
Yeah. So now it'll toss, right? We'll talk right now.
So I guess the initial answer to that is PUDs in no way authorized to go for this. So any sort of PUD cannot be considered, any provision of PUD as part of the PUD project cannot go across the gate. So about the flexibility in general, that's their interpretation that you can only vary setbacks and separation, but based on the zoning enabling acts, the general intent of section 8.1, 860.
Yes. Yeah, maybe for like 2 years.
You know,
Yeah.
the thing that always made me the maddest is the citizens when they wouldn't even.
Yes.
You know, so I always
Yes,
try to
yeah,
be
we got it.
kind of-
You're the only one that hand wrote it. Oh. Yeah.
I didn't expect you back from Fort
Do you not-
Lauderdale.
If you don't want him
We
to
used
read
go
it, I'm
there
sure you can
most
tell
summers
John
because
and
my
he'll
dad's
pull
house
it
had
if
a
you don't
house
want it
there
read.
with a pool, and he would
Yeah.
just give it to us
Yeah, I'll
for
do that.
a couple of weeks whenever we wanted it. So I loved it.
Yeah. Well, maybe it was more for us
Yeah.
and not for the
Probably
entire
worse than
community. So, yeah.
But good lobster. Good lobster.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you pretty much, I was trying to think, where, are you pretty much straight across from that? Yeah, you Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, and usually our meetings we have like 4 people here, so this is not typical, but
that was good.
Yeah.
It was warm down there too,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if you want me to, I can tell him to pull the letter. I don't know where he is at. Yeah, I'm sure it's in his stack somewhere.
Pete's sister goes to Gulf Shores for the winter.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
And I'm
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Because sometimes the weather there is.
I know.
Stay up there.
It's good. Good. Yeah, they were. They were in Mexico this past week. We just got back. Like they were in Mexico. We just got back like maybe 3 or 4 days ago. But yeah, they're good. They're watching my kids right now. So yeah, they're at my house though. Because I've like.
So if they start putting houses on that, I'm gonna be.
Yeah, I'm 34.
My
Oh. Yes, I have two boys. So 6 and 4. Yeah. Hey, John, this is Willetta Granger, and she wrote a letter, and she was wondering if you could not read it aloud. She just like, it's the handwritten one, I think it's at the end. Is that it right there, maybe?
Yes. I know why you don't want it read.
Yeah. Yes, you too. Yeah. I'm sure I'll see you around. Yeah, well, I'll see him tonight when I pick up my kids.
So you don't want me to read it? Don't read it, is what you're telling me. No, that's not what I do. He's made notes. He made notes. Yeah. Sure, leave it up there for the time being. No.
Now, your last name is Doty, right? Because I don't know if I can say anything or not, but I like the idea of negotiable. In fact, I have this right here. Yeah, I have a couple of actually. I mean, I think your contact with you. Single family.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think so. Craig gives us everything. No, I've still got a bunch of them to read, so. But apparently the people aren't here, or they aren't willing to get up and read their letters, so. Yeah. we're past the 10-minute mark, but I think that was probably a challenge to meet that.
My daughter's the one that wrote this letter, and she did not get it to her down. But we like it for
This one's one that was already read.
It was read.
Yep.
Okay, give it to me, yeah, okay.
That's how we all ended up.
We gonna read all of it.
There aren't that much to read. Yeah.
Good to see you.
It's okay. And you know, if my voice doesn't hold out, I'm gonna ask my vice chair to step in and.
I can read. Nice to meet you. I was gonna say, brain literacy? All right, yeah, let's use that gavel. Call the order. Yeah, we should. Oh, we don't have that. Yeah. Lily was so excited. So Regina, did you ever teach elementary or? Where at? Okay, I knew you were education. I always did 5th grade, but okay, nice. Yeah. That's exactly what I did. I stepped out. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We will resume as soon as Roger gets here. We'll resume when Roger gets here.
Okay. Oh, I loved it. Like, I only stepped out to be a mom, not. So I taught at West Michigan Academy right here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So my first 3 years of teaching, I taught 5th grade there, and then I moved over to Grand Haven Public at White Pine. I taught 4 years, so 7 years. Oh my gosh. Okay, and I was not Travis Gilmore. She was when I was there. She's no longer. She moved. Her and her family moved north, and they went with us to Walmart and like totally took a different path. And I don't think they live in the area. I'm still friends with her on Facebook, but. Oh, I love that.
It's one okay so far. Thank you.
Warm in here. Yeah.
Roger, come back.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. Not Hempstead?
I'm over here.
Oh, good, yeah. Right. You're one of those.
It is getting warm, I know. I know I wore a sweater and I'm like, maybe I should have worn a shirt. All right. Rich, have you gotten any like direct correspondence? Have you gotten any direct correspondence? I just wondered if they
Nothing that wasn't shared with everybody else.
Yeah, oh, no, I don't
And then
worry about
we got
that.
phone calls, sure. Florida. Most of them showed up in this fall.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah, I'm meeting a lot of people tonight. Did you see Roger out there? Yeah.
Oh, okay, so, okay, all right.
Greg, do you have the cooler on? Got air conditioning on?
I think I'd like to resume here. Our colleague, Roger Jonas, is on the way back here, but he's seen all these letters already, so I have a little stack here, but I don't think it'll take very long to read them. So we're gonna go for it here. This is from Jamie Knudsen. Hello, Craig. I am just reaching out to help the proposed development of Cottage Shores with Paige Brockmeyer. I do want to let the Planning Commission know that Pine Street Cafe is in support of this development, as more residential housing will only help the business end of thing for Ferrisburg as well. I am tied up for the meeting on Tuesday, but anything I can do to help move this along. So if so, I would be glad to help out where possible. Thank you again for all you do. Have a great weekend. Okay, here's a little message from Betty Johnson. My property is across from the proposed condos. In the future, my family is planning single-family homes. I am not happy with condos in the single-family residence. Please give this some consideration. Here's one from Rich Carnes. Dear Commissioners, first point, improving the area. I'm writing in my full support for the Cottage Shore condo development that will be voted on soon. As a waterfront resident on Smith's Bayou for 13 years, I've seen a lot of houses torn down and rebuilt. This has made the Bayou more desirable for all of us and continues to improve the reputation of the Bayou and Ferrisburg and improves our property values. I see this no differently. According to the drawings I saw, this will be a great-looking development that will draw people to Ferrisburg. If the city wants to improve and grow at all, this is a great way to make that happen. Second point, site use. As I understand it, there is no zoning change required to allow this kind of use. This type of development is allowed and encouraged in the master plan, and this area was always supposed to have more homes. It's a good concept that will use the land as it was intended. Third point, property rights. I've been in construction for decades, and no project perfectly meets every zoning requirement. The city has flexibility to weigh the value and quality of the proposal against the zoning requirements and make reasonable exceptions. So long as this meets most of the requirements, the owner should be free to develop their property however they want. Whether a neighbor personally doesn't like it should have no bearing on your decision. There is never any guarantee that an area will remain as it is forever unless you own the land. Sincerely, Rich Carnes. To whom it may concern, recently we found ourselves shopping for a home in the greater Spring Lake and Ferrisburg area. Cottage Shores is exactly the type of community we envision living in. Over the years, Spring Lake has continued to grow. The increase in businesses, restaurants, shops, parks, walking paths, a farmer's market pavilion, and other amenities are welcome and positive additions to the community, attracting ever more residents. Well-designed new residential communities like Cottage Shores are necessary as the community evolves and in line with the positive growth of the Spring Lake and Ferrisburg area. As the community looks to the future, it is imperative to invest in residential developments such as Cottage Shores. This community will attract home buyers, support local establishments, and broaden the tax base, paving the way for future public amenities for all residents. Sincerely, Naomi Dupree and Dr. Joseph Moros. Here's another one. Dear Mr. Bessinger and Ferrisburg Planning Commission, my husband and I lived in our home just 3 lots north of the proposed PUD known as Cottage Shores for over 20 years. We are strongly opposed to this proposed development. The increased activity on the water and on street is not a good or welcome activity we need in this quaint and quiet neighborhood that we have loved for the past 20+ years. We feel that this proposed PUD of 11 condos and 12 docks is excessive and frankly a bit greedy. We understand that there is some history in this area that proposed approximately 40 homes on 5 parcels, but that is past history, and thank goodness our previous Smith's Bayou's residents and city leaders had the wisdom to not go forward with that plan. Respectfully, Mary and Bill Kuechle, Kuehle. Huh? Keeley? Okay, I apologize. How is it? Keeley, thank you. Here's a message from R. Briggs. As a Ferrisburg resident, I am against the condo plan by the Brockmeyers on 168th. The reasons are too many to list here. See you on Tuesday. Are you here, Mr. Briggs? You didn't get up, and if you were, his laughter, he didn't have the courage to get up there and say that. So, okay, here's another memo. This is from Michael and Linda Walker. Dear Mr. Bessinger and Planning Commission, Linda and I have lived in Ferrisburg for 38 years, with 27 of them on Smith's Bayou. We have seen a lot of improvements to neighbors' homes over those years. The city has done a great job overlooking these projects and making sure everything is per code and the ordinances are followed. Questions to the city, developer, and engineer. These are questions. Does the city have a liability issue if approved, line of sight, and loss of value to neighbors? Is retention pond calculated in the green space? Looks like the only green space is in front of the south 2 units. Will short-term rental be allowed? And if so, does all the overflow parking on the major highway holidays park on 168th Street? How long will this project take? Are any units pre-sold? What experience does the developer have with this type of project? Who is the general contractor? Who will maintain the private road, plowing, etc.? Can you get a fire truck down the road? Will the PUD meet all setback requirements? Application notes relatively shallow groundwater. Is that why the owner dug a ditch so the water would drain into the lake? I'm sure there are many questions the city has to answer. Please listen to all concerns from the neighbors. At this time, I would ask the city not to approve. This was from Michael and Linda Walker. Ferrisburg City Council and Planning Commission. I'm writing to you regarding the proposed condominiums on 168th Avenue. I am strongly opposed to that type of development on the bayou. I've been on Smith's Bayou for 68 years and have seen many changes in the landscape of the bayou, but thankfully it has always remained single-family homes and cottages. I heard some of the board members comment on the live stream of the last meeting that it would add more taxpayers, but do you consider what effects it might have on the people who already live there? Ask yourself, would I like a road and condominiums crammed in next to my home? I personally have experienced growth on both sides of my property, which has created water runoff issues. We were also told we could not put up a fence because it would block the neighbor's views. Condominiums are far worse than a fence for blocking a neighbor's view. Every square foot of Ferrisburg does not have to be built up to the max. If there is vacant land, that is one thing, but adding multiple housing on 2 lots that were zoned for single-family homes is not necessary. Please consider the small town feel of Ferrisburg and try to preserve that. Once it's gone, it's gone. Sincerely, Maria E. Hogwind. Okay, here's an email message from Carol Bryant. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Carol Bryant and I live at 16870 Cecilia Lane on Smith's Bayou. This letter is to voice my opposition to PUD that has been proposed by the Brockmeyers and the Beebes on 168th Street. I have many reasons this will be detrimental to the area, including safety, traffic, noise, etc. This development will increase substantially the boat traffic on the bayou, which will increase boating accidents and safety. In addition, this PUD may include renters who will not abide by proper boating safety rules and the no-wake rules we have on this bayou. On April 16th, I will be attending the council meeting and will be happy to voice my concerns in person at that time. Thank you, Carol Bryant. Carol, are you here? I wish you'd come up and had the courage to read this, but we've read it here. Okay. Here's a memo from James Bryant.
Oh, he didn't.
Oh, you did? My apology. Thank you. Here's one from Carla Montgomery. As residents of Ferrysburg and living on Smith's Bayou, we adamantly oppose this development of condos and a marina. I'm sorry. The body of water in that area is shallow and narrow, not to mention families who swim there. We do not need any more boat traffic, especially on weekends, as it is hard enough to maneuver through and under Smith's Bridge. We also believe that it would decrease our property value to all the surrounding residents. People who do not live on our bayou should not have a say unless they do. Thank you. Carla Montgomery. Here's an email from Mike Kloss. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate your assistance. One thing I neglected to add is that I am in support of the development in Ferrysburg and Spring Lakes. I truly believe this proposal is too much for this area. I am happy to support other less aggressive plans for improving our community and revenues. And this was added on after an email here, message that I will read. As a homeowner on Smith's Bayou, I respectfully ask that this be read into the record as part of the minutes for the Planning Commission meeting scheduled April 16th, as I will be unable to attend in person. We want it noted and recorded, we are in opposition to the referenced proposal for a condo development applied for by David Brockmeyer on Spring Lakes, Smith's Bayou. Further, we are disappointed in the manner in which this situation has been communicated to the community. We only became aware of this proposal through conversations with friends from Smith's Bayou. We have reviewed the application and proposal. We also attempted to view and listen to the July 2023 Planning Committee meeting. It was made abundantly clear that several variances have to be waived in order for a project like this to commence. Further, at that time, the committee should have probed deeper into many inconsistencies in the proposal, and at that point, the community should have been informed directly and formally. Without regard to the multiple variances required, the impact of this project as proposed on Smith's will be significant. The idyllic nature of Smith's will be negatively impacted by the 11 proposed homes and docks replacing the current structures. This is more than double the number of single-family homes on that portion of the bayou. Think about the number of watercraft and cars now inhabiting a space occupied by 2 homeowners, times 12. Sight lines we currently enjoy as green space and water will be replaced by multiple structures and buildings that are inconsistent with the homes on the bayou today. The very reason we bought on the bayou will be negatively impacted through the effort. Additionally, what restrictions will be imposed as it relates to rental, Airbnb, etc. on this development? There was no discussion on this point. A development of this nature is highly conducive to rentals and challenges the very nature of our community. Any further discussion should include specific rules and regulations agreed to by the community and within guidelines established. Of even greater concern is the precedents this sets for the future. If this is approved, it is easy to envision further speculative investment in similar other detrimental developments. This would radically change the nature of the bayou and negatively impact single home property values as witnessed in other communities. Additionally, it would benefit the community to know and understand the investment backing associated with this development. Furthermore, in reviewing the proposal, it appears that there are multiple discrepancies between renderings and what is stated in the application as it relates to green space, overall acreage, minimum space requirements, and an increase in units from 10 to 11. There are a few of the items that would require change to our master plan as I understand it. Ultimately, the impact has not been investigated or discussed in a reportable and documented manner. Further, from my understanding from the 2023 meeting, there may be additional areas requiring variances, that is, with requirement, water setback, and standards both front and back. In conclusion, with all the hedging, guessing, inconsistencies in documentation, and the radical change this would have on the nature, feel, and beauty of the bayou, we must voice our opposition to this proposal as well as the manner in which it has been communicated to the community. Respectfully, Michael and Denise Klaus. Okay, here's a memo from Dr. Jennifer L. Jones. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Dear City of Ferrysburg Board of Trustees, I've been a resident of Spring Lake Township since 2001 and been perplexed by the current and past decision-making relative to the protections of our local water and land resources. In particular, the status of Smith's Bayou in Spring Lake is highly impaired with excessive sedimentation, flooding, and ponding of low-lying areas during intense rain events, excessive nutrients in the bayou, as well as nuisance cyanobacteria, that's blue-green algae, that create a dense green scum on the surface of the water during warm summer months. Any additional development that drains into the bayou will contribute more stormwater-associated nutrients and make these conditions more plentiful and create barriers to recreation and enhance property values. I understand the need for more housing for residents. However, the fragile state of the bayou must be considered relative to any additional developments on the bayou itself. I'm available to discuss if you desire. In addition, the area proposed for a PUD has historically flooded, and this will be inconducive for construction. Lastly, the construction of a long driveway and buildings will result in more impervious surfaces that encourage more runoff and pollutants to the bayou. This individual, whose name I know I'm not pronouncing correctly, is identified as Water Resources Director, Certified Watershed Manager, Certified Professional, etc. So she's from Restorative Life Sciences LLC. Don't know if she's a community resident. Here's a memo from Robert Herman. I am contacting you regarding the proposed PUD at the existing parcels. I strongly oppose this proposal. The parcels should remain single-family residences. I have lived on 170th for 26 years. I believe that I have vested interest in the preservation of Smith's Bayou in the city of Ferrysburg. Some of the reasons that I am against this PUD are as follows. Smith's Bayou is made up of single-family residences. This should remain going forward. The infrastructure of Ferrysburg cannot support additional residences. 168th Street is a disaster. Smith Bridge is in desperate need. Van Wagner Overpass is self-destructing. Boat traffic on the bayou does not need 12 additional slips. That is a small marina. Adjacent neighbors to the two parcels do not deserve this type of development. The structure at 17753 has historical value in that it was a lodge many years ago. I am certain that in the eyes of the developers, this is selfish thinking. However, those who live here would like to keep the bayou as our own paradise. Please do not support the proposal to change the 17753 and 1771 168th parcels to planned unit developments. Regards, Robert S. Herman. Here's a brief memo from Shelley Sobel. Hello, my husband and I are very interested in moving to Ferrysburg. We have been visiting the area for over 20 years and love it. We are avid bikers and love the parks, roads, and beauty the area has to offer. We have been looking to be on the lake, and this newly proposed development opens the door for us to be on the lake and enjoy the area all year round. Also, we are both entrepreneurs and would love to be involved in the business community as well. Thank you, Michelle Lichtman. Here's a memo from Diane Van Wielden. Craig, I own a home on Williams and a boat lot on Lakeview. My family has owned property on the lake for many generations. I have seen this area go from a quaint cottage area to a $1 million neighborhood with some residents who are not even here year-round. Every bit of green space is used up. It is already overcrowded. To add 9 to 11 condominiums and boat docks in the area is ridiculous. Besides the fact that 168th is in terrible shape, and we certainly don't need any more construction going on. Who is this benefiting anyway? This just raises taxes for those of us who live here. That has always been considered the shallow end of the bayou. How are these boats going access the lake with the existing bridge? Will it have to be dredged out and maintained in order to access the waterway as the water depths change year to year? How about we fix the bridge and roads before adding more traffic? Several years ago, we inquired about dividing our property into 2 lots and were told no because we needed green space. I guess it appears there are different rules depending on who you are. I do not see a need for more development, and these certainly will not be affordable. Consider the consequences to the ecosystem. Please consider those of us who live here. Respectfully, Diane Van Wielden. Here's a memo, brief memo here. Ferrysburg. I am writing to express my strong support for the approval of the Cottage Shores Residential Condominium Development Project in our beloved city of Ferrysburg. This project represents a significant opportunity to enhance our community's vitality and reputation while addressing important considerations about our city's growth and infrastructure. As a resident who deeply cares about the future of Ferrysburg, I firmly believe that welcoming new development initiatives like Cottage Shores is essential for our city's continued prosperity. Not only will this project contribute to the aesthetic improvement of our town, particularly along 168th Street, but will also signal our commitment to attracting new residences and fostering economic growth. We must consider the choice before us. Do we actively seek to bring new residents into Ferrysburg, thereby increasing our tax revenue and supporting local businesses? Or do we risk losing potential residents to neighboring areas like Spring Lake Township, where they may still utilize our infrastructure without contributing to its upkeep? The Cottage Shores project presents an opportunity for us to affirm our commitment to our community's growth and sustainability. Importantly, the impact of Cottage Shores on our infrastructure is traffic is expected to be minimal, whether by boat or road. The developer's plans demonstrate careful consideration for these factors, ensuring that the project will integrate seamlessly into our existing urban fabric. While it's true that some opposition voices have emerged, it's important to recognize that the vast majority of residents who support Cottage Shores are not vocal dissenters. Their voices may not be as loud, but their support is no less significant. Conversely, it's crucial to approach opposition with respect and understanding, recognizing that differing perspectives enrich our community discourse. In conclusion, I urge the Planning Committee to approve the Cottage Shores Residential Condominium Development Project. It represents a thoughtful and responsible approach to development that will benefit our city for years to come. Thank you for considering my perspective, and please feel free to reach out if you require any further information. Sincerely, Tyler Arkenstein. Almost done here. Craig, please see that members of the PC, ZBA, and council members receive copies of this message and that it is read during the public hearing of the 168th Street PUD. As a member of As a member of Ferrisburg ZBA, I feel it is my duty to the citizens of Ferrisburg to express some issues that may exist regarding the 168th Street planned unit development that is scheduled for public hearing April 16th. After a review of Ferrisburg zoning ordinance, including Article 8 PUD, and comparing Article 3 general provisions, as well as comments that have been extended to me by members of the community, I request the following issues be further evaluated by members of the Ferrisburg ZBA, Ferrisburg Planning Commission, City Council, and the zoning administrator. Please note the following. 1, it has been brought to my attention that during periods as late as 2020 to 2022, Spring Lake water levels have flooded significant areas of the proposed PUD site as well as adjacent properties. This flooding was consistently in depth exceeding 18 inches. Number 2, I do not see mention in the PUD proposal of inspection or approval of the project by Ottawa County Drainage Commission. Number 3, zoning Article 8 requires 25% open space for a PUD of this nature, and yet a significant portion of the slotted is either a retention pond or the area is located in the floodplain segment of the site. Number 4, Article 3.27B as well as Article 8.4C2 require adequate setbacks that maintain sight lines for adjacent properties. My inspection of those properties and the buildings proposed would indicate that the plan is a violation of the aforementioned ordinance. Number 5, Article 3C requires that grade modification of the planned unit must not impact adjacent properties. My inspection of those properties put this requirement into question. Number 6, I question whether the requirements of Article 3.25A have been thoroughly reviewed and compliant with the standards of Article 5. Number 7, further review of compliance to Section 8.70E as outlined in Section 3.30 private streets. Please note 3.3 C, D, and F568 need review since the plan drawing appears to be out of compliance with zoning provisions that would ensure traffic flow in case of fire or other emergencies. And 8, in conclusion, is my opinion that approval of this PUD will set precedents in Ferrisburg for numerous property owners who own lakefront access to demand approval of similar projects. My further concern is that this PUD, if approved, can and will create pollution issues for Spring Lake. Additionally, denial of subsequent future proposals would then very likely result in litigation against the city. Respectfully submitted, Joe Lyons. We're getting down there, okay? This is a memo from Jackie Canoe. Dear Craig, I'm just voicing my concern over the plans to have a new condo development in an established neighborhood on 168th. The plan looks nice for an area that is not in right next door to people's homes. What happens if my neighbors decide to sell their properties? And yes, I also live in an area that years ago was a planned subdivision. I now have a condo development that was Lovely Woods. Where it was zoned agriculture is now a school, condos, and a single family. All the homes that have been for sale are being used as VRBO/Airbnbs on the bayou. I would also like to mention what the street lights and docking lighting will do to our lovely bayou during the night. When I sit out at night and look over the bayou, I see normal backyards and not glaring street lights, and I can assume there will be dock lights. Now, doesn't that look like a nice summer evening on the bayou? Bright blaring lights. As it is, the noise level from the rentals during the summer is getting more and more. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy fun, socializing, and campfires, but 7 nights, all hours, a week or even weekend gets tiring. They are on vacation and partying, I get that. So visualize 11 families with all their friends and family enjoying a very small area. How will they all have room? Just during the weekends with our boat. So let's add to more congestion. I just have to say no to this development. Jackie Canoe, K-N-U-E. Just a couple more. Hello, Craig. This is Brandon Dorn at 17139 Spong Road. I hope this email finds you well. Please distribute this letter to the Planning Commission members and City Council, and I request this letter to be read at the April 16th meeting. As a resident with water access on Markers Cove, right off of Smith Bayou, I support the rights of property owners. Please note that we have reviewed the plans for the Cottage Shores development and approved the proposal. The homes will fit in with a summer cottage atmosphere. We look forward to new residents who will support our local businesses. We are happy that the Brockmeyer family will continue to live on the property. We understand that there will be no short-term rentals, although I certainly don't have a problem with that either. The tourism in this area is certainly a thriving aspect of our area and businesses. I support the investment these families have proposed to take to improve the value and protect the property values of the Bayou residents. I feel that we all want to live in a healthy and thriving city and want to keep growth in mind as we move forward into the future. I hope that you and the rest of the members take this into account as people are trying to invest in our neighborhoods. Thanks again for your time. This is Brandon Dorn, D-O-H-R-N, Dorn. Did I just read one from Daniel Canoe? Yeah. This is the same one?
Daniel.
Was Jackie? Okay, this is from Daniel Canoe. If I read this, tell me. Dear Craig, as a longtime Smiths Bayou resident, I would like to voice my opposition to the Cottage Shores condominium project. I simply cannot see how this project is a good fit for the current Smiths Bayou proper. My objections are many and include, but are not limited to, a significant and unreasonable increase in property density from 2 to 12 homes on less than 3 acres, lack of conformity with the surrounding neighborhood, impact of the density to surrounding neighborhood properties in Bayou, to include many issues both on and off the water, such as activity, traffic, parking, significant increases in light pollution, not only to adjacent properties, but the whole Bayou at large. Significant increases in noise pollution, not only to adjacent properties, but the whole Bayou at large. The great likelihood these properties will become short-term rentals through the likes of Airbnb and VRBO, and the accompanying vacation/party atmosphere that brings 24/7 craziness throughout the summer, times a density of 12 families and usually many friends. This project is not good residential planning for these combined properties. This project moving forward will negatively impact the current and future lifestyle, not only for the adjacent residences, but all Smiths Bayou residences as well. It is for this and other reasons listed that I implore council to deny the request for this project. Sincerely, David Canoe. I don't think I had read that. Okay, here's a memo from Carla Bilbavi. Okay. Craig, as a business owner and commercial property owner in the city of Ferrisburg, I want to express my full support for David Brockmeyer's planned unit development application for the Cottage Shores of Spring Lake development going before the Planning Commission this evening. I have reviewed the application and the supporting documents, and I believe that the development would be a valuable addition to the community. Excuse me. The development would bring additional families into our community, as well as bring additional tax revenue to the city. The appearance of the development is charming and a breath of fresh air, and will achieve a community feel as well as a devotion to the preservation of the natural beauty of the area. In fact, I believe it will add to the beauty of the area, both from the roadside and waterside. The possible increased road traffic and the increase in waterfront activity and bayou usage do not worry me one bit. I believe all of these things to be a gain. As a resident of Ferrysburg, I would be proud to have this development in my community and call the new families who would move in my friends and neighbors. If you can pass along my support to the Planning Commission and all involved, I would be more than appreciative. Thank you. Carla, this is Carla Galbaby of Carla Galbaby Law. Something else. Okay, here's one last one. We're down to the last one, folks. You can cheer if you want to. Yes, it is the last one.
No, I have a couple over here.
Thanks, Craig. Okay, here we go. We're almost done. My voice is still hanging in there. Okay, my name is Julie Shulo, and I live at 17797 160th Avenue in the city of Ferrysburg. I would like to say that I am not in favor of the development that is being proposed to you tonight. The proposal is to build 11 houses on property that houses one house each and 11 docks on an already fragile ecosystem that would affect all properties along the shoreline. Much of this land is in an area of 100 and 500-year floodplain and is flooded as recently as 2020. Did this person speak here already? Okay, then are you here?
Yes, she spoke.
So I don't need to read your memo? Yes, that was what I was hoping people would do. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Julie Shulo. I live at 160. That's good. Oh, shoot. Okay, sorry. When I built the house in 2015, I strategically located it back off the water as close to the road as possible, as to not block the water sight lines of my neighbors on either side of me. Took down one home, replaced it with another, not two, not three, but one. If the BB property is involved, their parcel only has one full building lot from the old plat and parts of 6 other lots that are not whole lots. And the proposed project is showing 5 new houses on the BB parcel that currently only has one house located on it. It is possible that 11 residents will take place of 2. It is proposed that a small area will be built on residential land. Possible, in addition, that multiple others who could also potentially somewhere on the docks, talking about the docks at that time with all the boats. It is possible, has the DEQ or Corps of Engineers signed off on the proposed docks. We have more than enough docks on this little lake already. One of my main objections to the proposed plan is how closely the 4 houses are that will entirely block my line of sight of the water, as well as seeing into the backyards of these new homes. I have no issues with Dave removing his home, replacing with one like I did. We have the right under current zoning laws by requesting something that zoning does not allow without special permitting, or they would not be. Planning commissions are to protect what's there and plan for good and orderly growth. This is not good and it's not orderly growth. The current owner on the south is not in favor at all, and the current owner to the north of me is not in favor. The 2 biggest impacted property owners here say no way. It's bad for us, for our peaceful enjoyment, our investment, and property rights under current zoning. If this project gets approved, the developer will have to raise the site substantially to handle the road water and all the roof and hard surface to keep from flooding the new homes. SEGLE or the Ottawa County Drain Commissioner Offices for Engineers weighed in on the effects that this many houses will have on the neighboring properties. We have Hunter's Ridge subdivision across the street emptied their stormwater overflows into the lake. Spring Ridge subdivision on May Wagner emptying its stormwater and ground table water into this lake. Surrounding houses and fields are all emptying into this lake, and soon to be 100 plus more houses from Eastbrook's project on Bay Wagner emptying its groundwater and stormwater into the lake. We need verification that this will not affect us more high water damage, verification that the loss of views won't affect our values. We need proof that going from 2 houses to 11 houses will actually increase our values, not decrease our values. Thanks.
Could you return the document to me, please? Yeah. Yeah. So I have a complete record. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, a couple more to read here. Good morning. My name is Craig Kishman, and I have a home on Smith's Bayou since 1999. I met with David and Paige Brockmeyer last Saturday, and they went over the plans for development of Cottage Shores of Spring Lake. I am 100% in favor of this development. This proposed new development in our bayou is a huge plus. In the past 5 years or so, we have seen so many new condos and has improved Smith's Bayou. The Brockmeyers have laid out an exceptional plan and use for their land. The Brockmeyers have been residents at the proposed site for 25 years and plan to stay a resident once these homes are completed. I'm excited to see the transformation of this land into a beautiful 11-unit development, and those new residents can enjoy all that Smith's Bayou and Spring Lake has to offer. Any further questions, you can reach me via email or my cell. This is Craig Kishman. Okay, here's another one. To the Ferrisburg Plan Commission and City Council members. This is from Dan and Ann Smith. Ann and I want to express our concerns with the long-term negative ramifications of not only the negative impact on Smith's Bayou and the continued reduction of crucial green space in our city into the City of Ferrisburg master plans. We strongly oppose the proposal of 11 single-family units and additional 12 boat slips in already established neighborhood of Smith's Bayou. Below are the reasons on which we base our opposition. The significant increase of home density on these lots. Currently, one single home per lot does not fit this established plotted neighborhood of single-family residential homes and RG1 lots adjacent to the proposed development. Because of the high number of dwellings and boat slips, there will be a significant increase in both noise and light pollution to an area and the adjacent homes that was never zoned for such higher population density. These lots are currently zoned for low density with single homes on large lots and has been this way for many decades. It is not undeveloped land. These lots have a recent history of flooding, even with moderate swings in the water level of Spring Lake, and part of the area they planned to build in was underwater in 2020. The natural vegetation of these two Smith Bayou lots will be eliminated, and the surrounding lots will also be negatively impacted by the adding in boat slips and marina traffic. The addition of 12 boat slips will have a negative impact on the swans, ducks, geese, and turtles nesting and breeding areas of Smith's Bayou. We do not see where eagle has approved the construction of the 12 boat slips in Smith's Bayou. We do not see an environmental impact assessment in their application. We do not see a drainage plan that has been submitted or approved. We do not see where there has been a backfill permit has been submitted, which indicates how much fill is required to build on this property. We are uncertain in soil samples have been done that support building on this property. We suspect that because of the significant number of homes which will be at higher elevations, all of that rainwater runoff has the potential of flooding the neighbors and or going into Smith's Bayou. Smith's Bayou water already has significant issues with algae blooms and additional run of will impact the lake water. How can you have a retention pond be useful on ground that has very high water table? This pond is located in the area that is flooded in 2020. What will prevent the pond from filling up just from the water table and therefore not be useful for its design drainage intention? There are many variances required to move this development forward. This development is being proposed in an already established part of the city with only single-family homes and requires already existing single-family homes be torn down. This is not underdeveloped property requesting variances, rather developed property. Under current zoning, 100 foot of frontage is needed to construct a single-family dwelling. With 258 feet of frontage, only 2 dwellings would be approved. This development requires multiple variance requests that have not been approved by the PC for similar RG1 lots. By approving this development, it is setting a precedent that will negatively impact the city and its master plan. Increased motor vehicle traffic will further negatively impact the roads and the bridge issues the city of Ferrisburgh already faces. Additionally, this increased traffic will decrease walkability of this part of the city due to increased traffic. The bottom line is that the high density of homes on these lots and boat slips will have a significant negative impact on both Spring Lake and the city of Ferrisburgh. Therefore, we repeat our opposition to the request for approval of variances this project is requesting and respectfully ask that the Planning Commission not approve this development in this area of Ferrisburgh. Respectfully submitted, Dan and Ann Smith. Here's an email from Susan Muller. Dear Ferrisburgh Planning Commission, I am writing in support of the proposed Cottage Shores condo development on 168th Avenue. I live quite near that location on West Spring Lake Road across from the reef, so the condos would be close to my neighborhood. I believe citizens have a right to do what they would like with their property as long as their choice meets all necessary rules and regulations, zoning laws, appropriate approvals, etc. It can benefit a community greatly when citizens have a vision for their property and the means to bring that vision to reality and then are encouraged in their efforts. I have viewed the plans for Cottage Shores online, and I think the proposed condos would add much to our neighborhood. They blend in well with the surrounding homes, and they are not cookie cutter looking, but each has a unique design with attractive details. In addition, I have been impressed with how the Brockmeyers, whom I have not met, have been so transparent with the community about their project, patiently and politely answering questions from the community on social media, plus offering an in-person Q&A session. I encourage the Planning Commission to approve this project to benefit the city of Ferrisburgh. Sincerely, Susan Muller, Ferrisburgh resident for 47 years. Here's a message from Golden Wiedemann. Please forward this letter to any parties I may have left out ahead of tonight's meeting. Dear Planning Commission and City Council, I am writing in support of the Brockmeyers 11 condominium development. As a concerned member of the community, I believe that this project will be beneficial for the neighborhood as a whole. I understand that the Brockmeyers have carefully considered the design and layout of the proposed multi-unit dwelling to ensure that it complements the existing character of the neighborhood. This demonstrates that commitment to creating a development that will enhance the overall aesthetics of the area. By allowing this project to move forward, we can help meet the growing demand for housing options for individuals and families in our community. I would be pleased for any emerging developments to be owned and operated by friends and neighbors for a mutually beneficial relationship, as opposed to a large property development company infiltrating our community. The Brockmeyers are responsible property owners who are dedicated to maintaining the integrity of their neighborhood. I am confident that they will continue to be good stewards of their property and ensure that the multi-unit dwelling is well maintained for years to come. In conclusion, I urge you to support the Brockmeyers proposal. This project has the potential to benefit our community at large. Thank you for considering my input on this matter. Sincerely, Golden Wiedemann. This is the last one. No, I can get it. Dear Planning Commission, we, Brad and Julie Walker, are residents of 17796 Cove Street in the city. We recently received a letter dated April 6, 2024 from the developer with an attached memorandum written to the city under date of March 12, 2024, prepared by the engineer for the project, Cottage Shores. Our home is located across Smith's Bayou from Cottage Shores. Our property is not on the bayou. However, we enjoy a view of the bayou, and we have deeded access to the bayou together with use of a dock. We spend a lot of time enjoying the use of that dock. We do not object to Cottage Shores project per se. However, we are concerned and do object to the docks which are proposed. Our concern is with the negative effect of a project with this number of boat slips on this portion of Smith's Bayou. This project is toward the end of the bayou. Even at that, as you are aware, there is considerable boat traffic on the bayou. This proposal is not a single-family residential property where you might expect a single dock and boat. The project concentrates a dozen additional boats from the proposed slips. We feel that this will result in the loss of peace and tranquility which owners in our portion of the bayou enjoy. Swans, ducks, and other wildlife utilize this area. It is felt that this will be lost as this just becomes another busy part of Spring Lake. We understand that it is up to Eagle to approve the docks and that are proposed, but also believe that you have the authority as part of consideration of the PUD request to allow the project to go forward, but also take into account our concerns in considering conditions of approval. No notice was received by us from the city. Therefore, we hope that our objection to time is timely and can be taken into account as you review this project. Thank you. Very truly yours, Bradley Walker and Julie Walker. And that's it. Is there anyone else who wants to say something before I close the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing now at 10:13, and we're going to move on to the next agenda item here, which is a discussion to take action, if appropriate, to recommend to City Council to approve or not approve a request by David Brockmeyer for a proposed planned unit development plan for 11 residential units on parcels number 700309495006 and 700309495070, commonly known as 17753 168th Avenue and 1771 168th Avenue. Okay, and we're going to discuss that, and we really do appreciate your input. One thing that this planning commission has always done is it's been very receptive to hearing what the citizens of Ferrisburg have to say about anything that we do. So thank you for showing up, and obviously there are strong feelings on both sides of this issue. And so thank you for voicing your proposals. You've been good citizens in doing that. Thank you. So, fellow Plan Commission members, what is your pleasure? Roger.
Thank you. I'm never lacking for something to say, and I'll see how long my voice holds out tonight. Literally, I just got in. I got off from the airplane and came straight here. I haven't been to my house since January 4th. However, I've kept up with this project from inception last summer that we heard about it all the way through to what we got in our packet this month was 90 pages worth of stuff, including some dry bylaws. I didn't read all those, but everything else, I want you to know I read. So I think I'm up to date. One theme I keep hearing is change, and change is inevitable, yes. The type of change, some we can control, some we can't, but it's a way of looking at it, and that's what this body does, is try to look at the different sides of the issue. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the word condos somehow has a negative connotation, and I don't know why. It's a form of ownership, and these condos are single-family residences, just like my wife and I own a condo in Harborfront in downtown Grand Haven, single-family residence, and I was president of the association for 8 years. I know a little bit about how they're run, and we just bought a condo in Naples, Florida, 212 units, and those are very nice, and they're not cheap, I might add, so there goes my retirement. But anyway, please put aside, the word condo only means form of ownership. And what condos don't we like in the city of Ferrisburg? Do we not like Bites Landing where John lives? Do we not like the Gables? Do we not like next door Wildwood Springs is all condos? And those are not individual lot site condos. So it's a form of ownership. It's not the type of clientele that you have that lives there. They're not all rentals. Let me just state that at the outset. And mostly what you're seeing now in the area of change is down Florida, there's a trend towards gated communities. And we certainly don't want that. That's not us here, the way I see it. So we're not like that. However, I think we're about smaller neighborhoods. I live in Harborfront, have for 43 years. My daughter started school right here 41 years ago, kindergarten, and so I'm very familiar with this building. But anyway, there's a trend in not only this area around here, but other parts of the country, and that is having more communities. And then they talk about their amenities, what they offer, and that tends to attract people like myself who are part-time residents of different places. And so I think that's, in this cottage proposal, I think maybe in that range where you have people who want to live here in the summer, but not the winter necessarily. Or we have neighbors, my neighbors across the street live here in the summer, live in Grand Rapids in the winter. And we have different people in our neighborhood that are not there all winter long. The city is changing. It's getting older like me. Therefore, the population changes. And whether we can attract more families, I don't know. But who's buying places like this? There's a certain segment of the population that is. With that. So I had a question. When will 168th be repaved in this
Spring.
The spring? Okay. Because there was a question about trying to coordinate those two things. Let me see. I'm going to end up here quickly. as I mentioned, we got a lot of stuff. We've been looking at a lot of this. All these emails, we got probably 30 or 40 of them to read on top of it. We're trying to digest everybody who spoke tonight. And I appreciate you coming out because this is, government works best when we have the participation of the citizens. But that being said, and the hour is 10:20, I think we have a lot more to digest. And I hate to say this, but after everybody's had a chance for input, I think we should table this until the next meeting. But let's have discussion.
So you're saying have a discussion now, and then you want to table it?
I'm thinking to tell me why I shouldn't, should or shouldn't, and discuss. And then I'll decide whether I want to make that motion.
You know, a motion to table is not discussable. I mean,
That's right. That's right. I'm not doing it now.
okay, you're not doing it, but you're going to.
Maybe.
Nothing like
that's
certainty.
not a threat or a promise. I get it.
I think we owe it to Mr. Brockmeyer to make a decision here. He's got things he's got to do here. Let's follow it. I think if we've been doing our homework, we've been reading all the stuff that's come our way and studying it. But including the input that we've received in emails from you, what's new to us tonight was those who spoke to us who hadn't sent us anything in hard copy. So I don't know, but I'll see what our colleagues say here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I agree with Roger. I don't want to delay the process. I'm really impressed that you all came to speak to us, and it was very polite. It didn't become a political football, because that's not what we have to concern here. But I do still have a lot of questions and concerns, some of which were brought up by our consultant, who is an expert in this. And I just want to float something by. Maybe this sounds crazy, but I liked Ms. Doty's idea about maybe sitting down and mediating some kind of concern. Would anybody be open to having people from both sides sit down together? There are professional mediators that will help you kind of talk about what you can give and what you can't give. Maybe it's a little too dense. Maybe you want the setback to be yet less. There's a company in Holland, I actually looked this up, Holland Mediation Services, and they do community mediation. People who live in close proximity may occasionally encounter conflicts. Disputes may arise regarding fences, property damage, and maintenance, parking, pets, noises, and other property issues. Mediation enables neighbors to seek resolutions of their conflicts with each other voluntarily, confidentially, and economically. The thing about this is I hate to see a neighborhood with this schism of anger that's going to just grow. And everybody made good points, both pro and con. And I'm just wondering if this might be something that would long-term help, and if anyone would be interested in doing that. And I also think, as Roger said, even if we proceed, there's so many questions still, in my opinion.
Incidentally, did I close the public hearing? I did, okay, good. My mind, yeah, go ahead. So, you're asking?
I just floated that out there because and then when Ms. Doty said something about why couldn't we talk about maybe fewer, or could we sit down and why is it this or that? Why can't we discuss this? It just kind of hit my nerve because I've been thinking the same thing.
Well, I think people can discuss both sides, but Mr. Brockmeyer's the person who's bringing this forward, and he has constraints, I think, about what he can or can't do or is willing to do, so his input would be important in answering that question.
That's what I said. You know, both sides were willing to sit down.
You want to speak to us?
First of all, if we decide to table or we decide to move forward for a vote or whatever, I do want to thank everybody for coming, even if you were in opposition. I think Paige and I have been very open to communication, and I should mention that I attempted to have conversations you're suggesting with both of my immediate neighbors, and they were rebuffed many times. So, and you know, that's their prerogative. I think I would be very curious about the timing of some of these activities that you're suggesting and how long, because you know, I spent a long time previous conversations with this committee, with this commission, working through the issues, not opposed to a tabling or a conversation around what we might do. Open to that completely. But I just want to make sure I make a couple of points. Folks in the crowd understand. There will be no short-term rental property. Zero. Going to be a deed restriction. I don't want short-term rental. I'm going to live. I don't want them, so they're not going to happen. Okay. I just want to make that clear because people keep repeating that as if it's reality. It is not reality, and I've stated it publicly before this meeting, and I'll say it again. Okay. I think I need to have some time to think about the idea of a mediation for sure, but because I know what I can and cannot do, and I'm not opposed to having a conversation, but I want to be able to move fairly quickly. And if we decide to table, I'd also want to move. So that's my opinion.
Just one thought in response to what you said. As someone who lives in a condo, I know your condo arrangement can put in the condo bylaws no short-term rentals, so that can be done. You're absolutely right.
Could I just say one thing that's not going to, not to you, it's not going to be popular, but I researched riparian rights in Michigan, and you have no right in Michigan to cite the prospect rights. In other words, most states say you can't block someone's view of the water, but Michigan is one of those states that doesn't have laws like that. So I often wondered when I was going to Grand Haven, well, how could they build these houses that block people's views? Well, that's because in Michigan, you don't have a right to the prospect. Just thought that might be interesting to you.
Craig, if we did decide to table, it would be only until the next meeting in May, first Thursday in May. And if any questions any of us might have, it would give us a chance to ask Craig or Mr. Jurosik questions and have them either contact one of you or somebody else. But it was always have to be through them.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jonas, I think in terms of a motion to table or postpone, I think the best way to handle that would be for the purposes of providing additional details for items that were noted in the report or noted by the Planning Commission members to respond to specific concerns from the public or Planning Commission, or lastly, to consider alternative scenarios. So I think if they are in the mediation or cooperation with adjacent landowners, I think that the landowner should take that under advisement if there's a way that they can. I know they did outreach with their open house, but if there's a way that they can involve, I mean, I think that's certainly a great idea, but I don't think a motion should require that, because I think that to leave that to them to work that out if they are able to.
Well, I'm concerned if this is tabled till next meeting, nothing's going to happen on mediation. I mean, unless you've got somebody pointed out right now who's going to meet with Mr. Brockmeyer.
That would have to be in their hands. I mean, if they chose to do that. And, you know, maybe you try it for an hour and say, you know what, this sucks, it's not going to work. Or maybe you say it is going to bring some good. I'm just trying to I don't like schisms in neighborhoods. You have to live together. And it's not comfortable when you're living with people that you've fought over issues. And I know this is emotional. This is your home. So I'm just trying to alleviate some of that. It was just something that I wanted to float by.
Yes, I'll let you speak.
Again, Janice Doty. If I hear the mediation and I like that idea, however, if it is 11 or nothing and there's nothing to talk about, then we're wasting time. So the opposition, a lot of what I heard is about the 11. So I'm just saying, I don't want to waste your time in a mediation.
Well, yes, I would like to see, if we try this, I'd like to know who you're going to negotiate with or mediate with. I mean, who
That
among
would be
us
their
here?
choice. As I said, there's a company in Holland, but I mean, I'm just floating the idea because that would be something you guys would have to implement. I mean, maybe 3 of you from the pros and 3 of you from the cons get together and discuss.
I think that's right, yes. I think that probably makes sense.
Yeah, and what happens between remediation with you is kind of outside of our concern. I think we're here to talk about the project, and so I'm just gonna give my 2 cents here. I've got a lot of notes. First of all, I just really want to applaud Paige and Dave. You have been so open and transparent throughout this entire process. You don't have to be, but you have. On Facebook, you had an open house. All of us went out to your property, so I really applaud you for that. You're showing a lot of bravery, and this is a risk, and I think we need that in our city. Also, I have lived on Smith's Bayou my entire life. I've lived in 3 different homes on Smith's Bayou, so I do feel like I have a very vested interest in its preservation. I do want to represent the Bayou residents, and I'll wave to you when you go by on your boat, and I hear you tonight. Sorry, this does come at an interesting time because we are working on updating our master plan, and we just had an open house a few months ago, and the survey that residents took, 180 some of you, showed the need for more single-family homes. So it's just an interesting timing. Ferrysburg has been considered stagnant, which I hate to hear. No population growth in decades. There's even been a decline in population. That's not what we want to see in Ferrysburg. So I do think this is a really innovative design. I think there are a lot of benefits to the community. I don't really worry about excessive traffic, noise, or nuisances. I do think this will be a higher-end residential community. Let me see here, I've got a lot of stuff going on. I do think this will help the aesthetics of 168th. There's a lot of talk of boat traffic. I don't really agree with that. It's 9 potential additional boats, and I think that's one of the perks of living on the bayou is that you get to watch the boats go by. That's one of my favorite things. So I don't really have concern with that. Concern for setting a precedent. That's why we exist, so that this isn't a precedent. Yeah. So I do think what Mrs. Doty's saying is really resonating with me, and I am really open to this development. I also am sympathizing with the neighbors. I had a similar situation where there was a neighbor that was going to build a home, and it was going to really affect my property, and I lost a lot of sleep over that. And so I do sympathize with both of you. So I'm glad to hear that you're open to modifications. I know that there's a viability that needs to happen with this project. So I'd like to start that conversation of what can we do, what creative solutions can we do to lessen the impact on the neighbors, but also allow this project to go forward. So that's where my head's at. I'll reach out to the rest of you, but that's where I'm at.
I can speak.
All right, go.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Well, we've all visited the site, pretty much all last summer, I guess it was. And certainly have enjoyed all the citizen interaction, highly educated on all the subject, which is fantastic. And we don't need to cover all the pluses and minuses of the thing. I will say this to the Planning Commission, and that is the big bugaboo for me has always been sightlines. Okay? Because that's why people live on the water, to see the water. And I'm a Northern Michigan guy. I've only been in town for 11 years, but I'm from Petoskey, and always would fight tooth and nail against funnel developments. And I've been very pleased with this because of the historical nature that there's a number of lots that are in these two lots. The two lots that are there now were 11 or 9 previously. So I don't really view it as a funnel, but I am concerned about taking sight lines and compressing what we have now and bringing all those buildings that much closer to the water and affecting the neighbors directly. That's been the bugaboo for me, is that. Trees, people, I remember when we toured the property with Mr. Brockmeyer, it's like, well, you look at it and you see where the neighbors' trees are and everything else. Well, trees don't count. Because trees can be cut down, but the property sight lines are totally different. That's been the bugaboo for me.
It's interesting the way the city of Ferrisburgh was laid out. There's a map that we have in here that shows all the lot lines just around Smith's Bayou. And I would guess about 90% of them are non-conforming. They wouldn't pass muster today to be buildable. But that's the way they were laid out, and that's what we've lived with. And I've been on this body and the ZBA, and we've gone through lots of stuff to create the cottage zone, set special, and there's a lot of things going on there that are there, and you deal with them. But that being said, sightlines are important to a point. You don't own the view, but we have an ordinance that was crafted, and I was part of that, and we were talking about Lake Michigan properties. At Lake Michigan, people wanted to be closer to the water. On 168th, they want to be closer to 168th. That's where the houses were. And so the water was kind of secondary. It's nice to be on it, but in my opinion, that wasn't the main thing. A lot of these lots at Smith's Bayou don't even have docks. I mean, so boats are not that important to them. Water view might be important. Living close to water. Water attracts people all over this country. People flock to get water lots. Line of sight, you could improve if you did away with one unit, the northwest unit, which is a prime unit. I understand that as far as the view from what you have, you would improve the view of your northern neighbor by 50%. Would take away, we give back 50%. And the southern one is not as severe as what your northern neighbor is. To me, I'm not a mediator, and I don't want to do this in private. I want to throw it out in public for everybody to hear as part of the record. So anyway, those are the kinds of things where I think would be important to all the parties involved. That's just a guess.
Support that.
I think there's support here. I think there's support here for an effort at mediation if you're receptive to that.
Said he had to think.
Are you? Absolutely, yes.
I'm open to conversation around my concern. One of the things that has kind of percolated around is a rumor that's been going on around about this project. Somehow the planning commission has been in collusion or corrupt or whatever, all these silly things. One of my, I think, I won't call it a complaint. One of the issues I'd like to raise is I want to have access. First of all, I want to know if you have questions that we need to have answered, I want to be able to answer those as quickly as possible. I don't want to wait another month. Next month, this particular meeting date, I will be in Asia for work. I cannot be here. So either we have some flexibility within you guys to move the meeting, or we have another maybe working session or something with the public invited to discuss the questions that you have, because I've heard all of you say you have questions, lots of questions. And we get the questions answered quickly, because that will inform whether you're even going to approve this, if we come to some kind of an agreement. So that's all I would ask for, is that, I mean, these guys are tight-lipped. They play their cards close to the vest. I couldn't get anybody to give me any information once we presented. And that's how they're supposed to do it. It's irritating to me, but it's the way it's supposed to happen. So I commend you on your stoicism. But I want to make sure that we're not going a month where, because I have other things to consider around this project. I just want to make sure we can have a conversation about it, real people, like we're doing right now, and not have to wait another month. That's all I would ask. If that's okay with you guys, I'll take consideration, having a conversation and seeing what we might be able to do. Able to meet.
Well, I think we need to know, are the neighbors receptive to talking?
No, haven't been thus far.
Please do. I have one correction to what you just said. We play our cards close to the vest, except that meeting, that first meeting, I did
Yes,
say
you
something.
did. You did.
And I backed it up tonight. I just did.
Yes, you did. I appreciate that. I did say, all the people, Roger was the one who spoke his mind.
There's
and
one
put it out
loudmouth
there.
in the group.
And I
know.
understand you have to kind of, you got to be careful about, overcommitting or whatever. You don't have all the information, things. But I came to this commission 9 months ago because I wanted an answer to the waterfront setback situation mostly, whether or not I should move forward with it, or whether I should ever even take another step. And the indication has been through further conversation, or at least no answer, no indication to me. I read that as, okay, well, I think we're in a pretty good spot. We've probably got questions. And I'm happy to have further conversation that helps you get comfortable. And if we need to have our conversation with them, happy to do that. I've been in conversation all along. Hasn't been before you ever saw the plan, I offered to talk about it, address any concerns that they.
Well, I think we need to have some idea, or if the Wiedensteins are willing to talk with them. Okay. And Ms. Shulo, is that also?
Chairman.
Okay, come up. Come up here.
A lot of the neighbors, a lot of the surrounding people, I'd like to show a hand. Just found out you guys could have your website was better so you could find out. I figured out how to find the minutes, but it's not real easy to do. but it's in there. Just gotta look really hard. My brother tried, he couldn't find it. I had to show him how to do it. He's gonna try it. This can make your website a little more better so people know what's going on with these. He said, like, just found out this happened 5 months.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to have some, some deadline to know whether there's going to be any discussion. So Mr. Bienstein, how long do you think it would take you and your wife to decide whether you're willing to talk about it? By the end of the week? Ms. Lowe, how about you? End of the week?
Mr. Chairman.
So let's say, yes. I do.
I mean,
Well, I think the issue of the sight lines is a real problem for some people up here. So I think there has to be, I don't caucus with anybody here on this commission before. Anyone who says we do, I don't. So I don't think we do. Yes.
My name's Mike Walker, live on Mary Lane. And I understand that, you know, it's the people that want to do the development, they want to talk to the people that are against it, talk to the people that are for it. But all these people that are here have a complaint or they're for it. So it's not just the two neighbors. It's up to you people to decide. You got the ordinances, you got everything you need, you make the decision.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, are PUDs allowed on properties less than,
If a certain criteria are met.
what
yes.
criteria is that?
Well, it's in section, what's the section? There are 4 criteria.
There's 4 criteria for why, so anybody that's in opposition, you're looking at the 4 criteria of why it can be less than 2 acres. And if it doesn't meet the 4 criteria, how can the discussion continue? And I think a lot of people here came evidence.
Well, I think there are some questions about whether it meets the criteria, in my opinion.
And it has to meet all 4?
No.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Point, I can't call for a point of order. I'm not on the planning commission, but we're taking away from discussion time between us, and if we continue to allow public comment. Just to address that, you have a subjective and discretionary list of considerations to allow for a reduced acreage PUD. That's completely, there is nothing that disqualifies a project. You can make the decision based on those 4 criteria. There could be 75 different interpretations of those 4 criteria, but ultimately it's your decision.
Does it need to meet all 4?
Okay.
Yes. The planning commission would need to determine that it meets those 4 criteria. And that's for the planning commission to determine as a group. Just Mr. Chairman, about the mediation, I think I'd caution you to table it based on the requirement for any sort of mediation. I would recommend that if you're not comfortable with the plan as submitted with 8 units, with the sight line shown and the setbacks as shown.
11 units.
11 units with the sight line shown and the setbacks as shown, that you would table it to give them the opportunity to look at different scenarios. If you were supportive of 11 with the modifications as shown, I think they could come back with details, engineering related questions, open space related questions, more like details concerning this specific request. But if there's not support for 11 as shown, I think that you need a table to give them the opportunity to look at alternative scenarios, and with the encouragement that they would work with neighbors. But I would really caution you to make to not make any motion stable to require them to outreach or to have this commitment from neighbors within 1 week. I think I have never seen that in zoning practice. It's encouraged to have them do that. Certainly, I agree. I think it's a great idea for them to work behind the scenes, talk to neighbors, get consensus. That is great, but I think we should really keep our hands off that. In terms of different scenarios that they could consider, I think you began to allude toward some. I think with the current 11, we have 3.85 units per acre. If they deleted 2 off the back row, they would still have the same setback issue with waterfront. They would address sight lines, and they would be closer to the density from the master plan. That's one option. The next option is to look at 7 or 8 units, which could be the middle row and the front row. With 7 or 8 units, that would be right in line with the master plan's recommended density. If they were to delete that waterfront row and have 7 or 8, they would have a waterfront setback of 212 feet approximately, and that would be a 70-foot modification from 282. So you'd have a significant increase in waterfront setback. That'd be 5.3 times the minimum of 40 feet, but 70 feet less than the average of the area. In that case, if they were to do 7 or 8, master plan compliance at that point, and that would also maintain the sight lines as they currently are from adjacent properties. If they did 7 or 8, they could have a row of 4 in the middle row to have 8 total, and that would be built out of the property. That would be less infrastructure, less pervious pavements, less engineering costs in terms of construction. The other option is they do a row of 3, and they could leave an opportunity for future expansion if properties in the north and south were to redevelop someday. They could leave themselves opportunity to grow if the area was to grow in general. So with 7 or 8, you have master plan compliance and sight lines and a much lesser waterfront setback reduction. Lastly, they could do the front row and possibly 1 extra with full compliance with a 282-foot average setback. That would also be consistent with the master plan density, and there'd be a much lesser number of modifications required. So there are options from 11 down to 1 or 2. So and I think ultimately the developer's decision, they're the ones penciling out the numbers on if this project will work. And it's, as I said, it's not an 11 or 1, 11 or nothing. They have the opportunity to look at these different scenarios, and I think it's not our job to design the site for them, but I think if you're not comfortable with 11, we can encourage them by tabling it to look at these different scenarios.
So is your advice that we should caucus here and see how many people, if there's a problem up here with the majority of people with the sight lines as they are right now? And if that is the case, then table it and give them a chance to think about it some more. But if there is the majority of people up here who don't have an issue with the sight lines, we should push ahead, get it done. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Well, I think in either case, if there's support for 11 or support for less than 11, I'd recommend that it's tabled, because even if with 11, I think there's some unanswered questions on open space, and then also they can answer some of the engineering specific questions, report on outside agency initial reviews, things of that nature. So I wouldn't recommend if you were supportive of 11, I wouldn't recommend a positive recommendation like City Council tonight, but providing details for the next meeting. But yes, but if there's not full support from a general show of hands for the project, table it with the advice that they consider sightline amendment to the sightline to increase it, decrease the waiver of the waterfront setback and the overall number of units.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So Dave, there's a lot that's going on right now. So if you were to eliminate 1 or 2 units, would your project still potentially be viable? Because if you, okay. I mean, I'm hearing, I think it was building 8 and 11, if those are the waterfront. I think that's what Roger was alluding to, and I kind of was looking at that too. So just something to think about moving forward. I think you may have a lot more support.
You know what this does when you say you take the average, I'm going back to the line of sight now, the average setback and based upon what your neighbor is and what the other neighbor is, as soon as somebody moves to that average, you've decreased the average. And so your neighbor can move closer. And that's what happened on North Shore Estates. Everybody in Lake Michigan wanted to get as close as they could to the water and away from North Shore Estates. So they would put on addition and move out a little bit, and it got to creeping to where they couldn't move anymore because of protected dunes. So, but anyway, that's what can happen. And I predict I'll say this: water attracts, and people want to be closer to the water when they live around here. I think that's a fact, whether they have a boat or not. So I'm just saying that there are some other effects that go on when as soon as somebody moves out here, somebody moves a little more there and more there, and first thing you know, they'll be off 168 totally. That's my prediction.
So we're gonna take a show of hands of how many people have a real challenge with the lines of sight right now
Planning Commission.
on the planning commission.
Can I
Yes.
just make one comment? I wholeheartedly agree with what David said about there are questions. I've got a list of questions that have come up tonight.
Right.
And just things that are either slightly out of compliance or a little bit further out of compliance. And if Brockmeyers are willing to come back with some wiggles on some of those, I know I would be more comfortable having support if we can get some of these concerns addressed, I think. And the line of sight is a one for me. So I know the neighbors is Dina, I'm sorry, I can't remember how to say your last name. Breinenstein? Okay. She did bring up some very valid concerns that I would like to just see sort of listed out and addressed, I think, moving forward. And I know that there were several things too that came up in David's assessment, I think would need to be probably addressed. I would be
Have a work session with the Brockmeyers as a commission to out
Sure, we can do that.
solely with
Have to be public.
oh,
I guess my ask would be kind of like David was saying, if we had kind of I think we probably all have some similar notes of questions that have come up tonight. And then the things that were also of question in David's assessment, those could come back next meeting that maybe could be closer into compliance.
Yes.
I just want to clarify what PUD means, Planned Unit Development. That is a vehicle that's used by planning commissions across the state, around the union, around the country. And you see it in other places. And it's a vehicle designed so that the owner of a piece of property can work with the city, and there's tit for tat. It allows you to, I'll give you this if you give me that. And so that's what it is. It's supposed to be back and forth on it. And we did that. We did that with the Gables. John and I were on that. Leppinks is a PUD. We've done it with them. And I'm trying to think of who else recently. But those are two pretty big ones. And we did that back and forth a little bit. And that's why you've selected the PUD in the first place, because it allows you to do extra things, but the city in return can say, okay, now this is what we need to feel comfortable as a planning commission. And secondly, planning commission votes to recommend or not to recommend the city council. So this has one more step to go after we take action on it, so that we are an advisory, excuse me, advisory body. We don't get to spend money. We don't make decisions. We don't make policy. We advise. So, and we're good at that.
You're not elected.
We're not elected. We're not paid.
So what I think I'm hearing now is we're not talking about mediation here now. Going to,
Wait, I just want to say that was just a suggestion. I didn't say that anybody had to do it. It was something I thought might help in neighborhood relations. So if you don't want to do it, I'm perfectly happy with that.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Sandy, you alluded to some issues. What besides setback would be some of the issues that we need to discuss? And we
So-
start a list.
Yeah, so some of those are in David's assessment. Just those, I would just think that our job is to review this project against the master plan and against any. So I know we've heard a lot about all of those things tonight, but we haven't discussed them amongst ourselves. What are we comfortable with, and what are we willing to bend on, and what would we like to see some bend back from the Brockmeyers? So that's kind of where I am until we can have that type of discussion, unless everybody else is already feeling comfortable with things. This is just my perspective that I'm sharing.
Here's another one, the density of the area.
Yes.
There was, at the end of David's memo, he had this colored diagram that showed different densities. Yeah, and David noted that this wasn't, what's proposed here wasn't as high as Cecilia Lane and so forth. But I think what I would say to David is Cecilia Lane is part of the overlay district. And that I don't think they're apples, those are apples and oranges. I think you just really need to be comparing this proposal to where the other side of the bayou where it's 2.08 and further up the bayou where it's 1.05. But down below, where you got a 2.72 and 3.94, I don't think those are relevant.
Sure. But I do think that, as like Roger was saying about change, one of the things that is changing is density is increasing for property, particularly on water, because it's so valuable. So I don't have a problem with the density. The density is not an issue for me. Is it an issue for you? Okay.
Sightlines are the biggest thing for me, of the neighboring properties.
Here's an issue that I have with it. If we were to accept the proposal that's out there right now, as it is, I absolutely do believe it wouldn't be long before other people on the waterfront here say, you know, I'll get together with my neighbors on both sides, we'll come up with a parcel that's three acres, and, you know, we're gonna go for this now. So you're gonna have these little clusters. So I think that totally would change that whole area up there. Yes. Lights Landing was before I came, but I don't think it's not as integrated as your proposal is with the immediate area. There's stuff across the street from Lights Landing, but it kind of sits out in that peninsula sort of by itself.
So we've got several issues here. Yes.
So what timeline moving forward? I just- yeah.
So, we could have a special meeting, public meeting. You said a month from now, you're gonna be out of town. We need you at the meeting.
Can we meet next week?
I think we need to respect
Craig, pick a date.
timelines of all involved. Yeah,
David,
I
you
would be
too.
available next
Our
week.
next regular meeting is on May 2nd.
What's the date?
So it's our
Brockmeyer
next meeting's
was
not a
not
month
in
from now, it's only 2 weeks from
town.
now.
I think Mr. Brockmeyer said he was not available that day.
You say you were unavailable in 1 month from now or at our regular meeting on May 2nd? Okay, so
Let's meet before that.
Can we meet before that? Or do we have an issue of making it public, Craig? We meet before May 2nd.
Yeah, we can publish the notice, if, you know, it has to be 18 hours in advance of a public meeting, so.
I think what we should maybe do to decrease the pressure here is saying, we're not gonna be acting on anything then. We're just gonna be resolving and talking about issues. Does that make any sense?
that's completely to your discretion. There's no additional public hearing requirement at the planning commission level, so you can postpone to a specific date, or you can table indefinitely until such time they have prepared their response to your concerns. So it's, as Craig said, there's a public meeting requirement, just 18 hours ahead of time. We don't go through the same noticing requirements for continuation.
I think there's a sense of urgency because this still has to go to city council. So we want to get a meeting in, we want some answers, it'll take several days for that. Yeah, but then that should make us ready for a meeting within a week, 2 weeks.
Agreed, a week.
Yeah, but I'd like to move this along. We've had time to think about it, and I want to get answers that, of questions we have and questions that people have raised tonight. It's all good stuff. This is the way the process works, by the way. This is the way it works.
So let's check our calendars here.
Dave, do you think a week or so would be enough time for you to, I don't know, Bruce? Yeah. I'm watching him.
Send him home.
But that's.
Point of order.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay, let's hold it down, please. Okay, board members, here's the choice. We can schedule another meeting in a week or two, whatever Craig says would be the requirements we have. Or we could stay here tonight and talk some more about it. What is your pleasure?
I would vote next week.
I hear it next week. What do my fellow folks say here? Because I too would like to get this resolved.
I'm a night owl. I'm happy to stay as long as necessary, but I don't know without having an idea of what the Brockmeyers are willing to come back with. I don't know.
Yes.
We've said that we're willing to table. We can take all of your questions. Dave presented a report that you have questions from him as well. I think it's fair for you to be able to read that and have the facts and have a clear head when you're making this decision. As soon as you give us those questions, we will turn them around within 48 hours. Maybe I'll say 72 hours. And if you schedule something for next week, we'd be happy to come back and give you answers to the questions that you have and Dave has presented in his report, because some of it is just a matter of a slight discrepancy or a misconception, and then we can make any adjustments as well as whether it's 10 units or 11 units or moving back and things like that. So if you can table it and then schedule that meeting, I think that would be fair for everybody. Thank you.
I think it would be helpful if you could be here. David, would you, or will that fit your schedule in some way?
I'll try my best. It's not a typical week for me to be.
So what kind of date will work for you here, going forward here? Do you have your schedule?
I have to run special dates by family just to ensure that I can be here.
Okay.
So I can, my best, whatever you decide.
Can you get back to Craig with dates that would work? And then we'll have to see if Mr. Brockmeyer can join us. He'll make it work. Okay. Craig,
We'll make it work.
Am I confusing you?
We'll wait to hear from Dave and then we'll get something going.
Because I think we do have issues here. We have questions about things that our fellow citizens have raised and that we had ourselves with looking at your plans.
So just so we're all on the same page up here, what will this meeting look like? Will it be run like a typical meeting? Will it be a work session where it's us and the Brockmeyers, but then the public is in the room, but they're not speaking? Like, I just am wondering what to anticipate.
It would be the exact same format, aside from you would not have the requirement to have a public hearing.
Okay.
Now, based on the style of running meetings, you could certainly have an opportunity for public comment similar, but it just wouldn't be an official public hearing. But there would still be comments on the record, either at the general session at the beginning, or if you allow them. Appreciate the commentary. Hopefully we can leave. To the question, it would be run like a typical meeting. And you could certainly allow for public comment at the initial opportunity at the beginning of the meeting, or even during the agenda item, if Planning Commission felt like doing that.
So the way we're going to proceed here is you're going to look at your schedule and tell us what day in the next 10 days or so might work. Craig's going to run it past us and past Mr. Brockmeyer, and we'll schedule that day.
If the 25th is something that's, I mean, it sounds like you're going out of town the first, when are you leaving? Okay. And we're talking about not just responding to questions about open space and clarifying the discrepancies between my analysis of waivers and their analysis, but actually redesigning the site or showing different scenarios. So I'm just concerned with them being able to do that within the next few days, then giving me the opportunity to review it by 25th or the next week, the 30th. Those might be opportunities for me to be there.
Mr. Chairman, this is getting awfully obtuse. Why can't we just have our questions, send them to Dave, he answers them, he sends it back to us, then we only have to meet with David and us and the public. I mean, why do we have, he doesn't necessarily have to be here, waiting to see if he's free, seeing what days we're free. Let's just set a date tonight, and you can give us your input like you always do on papers. You're not necessarily always here.
We have similar questions in Mr. Brockmeyer's response to.
Yeah, I just don't want you to have to wait for him and us and you, and you know, it's.
Sorry, I forgot there's people on internet. If you, so I don't remember my train of thought. If you go ahead and get your questions to Dave and whatever resources you get to and get those answered, I'm sure there's going to be some back and forth that like he may provide an answer to you and it's question brings up another question. So for efficiency's sake, I think it's important to have and some way so that if additional questions, now I can send you the first group and then you can go back and forth on questions like that, you know, until you're satisfied. And then let us know, or you can choose to. I just think for efficiency's sake, it's where we all get together in a room and back here. But certainly getting your questions answered as expeditiously as possible for everybody involved. However you choose to do it.
So I think we need to get this done. So let's pick a date when you're available. And I think what we will do is we will send you questions, and we may have questions for you that we'll send through Craig and get our answers. And then let's, at that meeting, we can resolve this issue and decide the case here, right? Why can't we do that? Get it done. And we really appreciate everyone who's shown up here tonight to provide input. Thank you. We have heard what you have had to say, and we've listened carefully. And so you're welcome to come to this next meeting. We'll probably have a chance for public to give us feedback when they see what we do. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. It's not a public hearing. It will not be a public hearing. This was a public hearing tonight. So we don't need another public hearing. What we need to do is do on the agenda, item 7, our final discussion here and decision here, which we have not done. They will be welcome to come, and it'll be publicly advertised.
We'll notice the agenda on the website.
How are we feeling here about this?
I had one final thought, and that is that when we go through all this process of a little give and take here, it's guaranteed to not make everybody happy.
That's for certain. Yes. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're waiting for David to give us a date when he could get together. Hopefully we can all make it next couple of weeks, right? And then we will advertise that, and we will get our questions answered, and we will make a decision about what we're sending to City Council. Make sense? So with that game plan, Roger?
I have a motion.
I move that we table item number 7, discussion until May 2nd, the base.
Or a second?
Support.
Okay, it's no discussion on a motion to table, so it's been moved and seconded to table this. Let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Schulberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuggle,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Carlson,
Yes.
Chairman Rifle,
Yes,
motion passed.
table.
Chair, can I make a motion to table item number 8, discussion? Stanley Stern Master Plan update. Sorry, I just don't know that we give you our full attention.
Midnight either.
I would
Yes.
second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we also table agenda item number 8.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Thank you. Okay, we're down to public comments, just as we did at the beginning. Yes? Yes.
Yes.
We'll get you there.
We don't have no remedy.
Okay, public comments. This is the second time that public gets to give us comments. These are comments that do not relate to the proposal we've been discussing. Yes.
Well, being public comments, some of them might relate to the item we just discussed, so if you'll forgive me. One, great job tonight. I think you guys are tasked with a very difficult decision, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness, the concern, the care, and the patience that you are exercising in order to do that. That is what happens, or that's what needs to happen when people sit behind that desk, whether they're on city council, planning commission, or ZBA. You've done a really great job tonight, very thoughtful, really appreciate that. Civility out here has generally been great. I've sat behind that desk when this room has not been this polite, so hats off to everybody who came tonight to speak as well. I'm a big believer in people coming out to these public meetings, making comments, making their positions known, but doing it politely and civilly. A couple of questions that were raised with regards to people's comments regarding the environmental impact of this particular project on Spring Lake. I think a lot of that is just way off base. You know, nobody really cares about the lake until they think something bad is happening on the other side of it. But Spring Lake is ill, and it's ill not because of something that the Brockmeyers might be doing. It's ill because of a lot of things that happen upstream, literally, in Muskegon County. So, you know, my house, I'm sure, when it was built, took the home of squirrels and moles and other kind of ground animals. All of our properties have done that. I think it's unfair to look at the Brockmeyers and their development and then try to use that as an excuse as to why it shouldn't move forward. We can mediate these kinds of things and make sure that there's plenty of opportunity for not only human existence, but the animals that call the planet their home as well. And then finally, this is for you, Mr. Mayor. When this commission makes its recommendation to City Council, I think it's really incumbent upon City Council to take it seriously. I think rare is the occasion that City Council should reject a recommendation made by one of the committees that it has appointed to do the legwork in understanding an issue, talking about that issue, understanding how it's going to impact the community, and then making a recommendation to the City Council. Rarely should City Council overturn a recommendation from one of its commissions. It better have a really, really, really good reason. And losing the next election is not a reason. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Scarpino, for what you said about us and for the audience, and I applaud your comment about the audience too. So anyone else want to make public comment here? Okay, we're out of public comments. Let's close public comments. Zoning Administrator's report. Any report, Craig?
No report.
Chairman's report? No report. Member reports?
Yeah, I just really want quick to say to Dave and Paige, I know you heard a lot of opposition in this room, but there also is a lot of excitement for your vision and support. And I think I really applaud you for being risk takers and visionaries in the city. I think that's what we need. So thank you.
I'd just like to say one good thing that's come from tonight is that a lot of really weird misconceptions were put away. This isn't going to be a marina. This isn't going to be a bunch of condos. And I appreciate that because I've seen things that are just so far off. So that clarified that, and I think that was good.
Anyone else? Colleagues? Then I declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Let's see if it's good one.
Oh, Craig's gonna give you a ride?
You don't do stars, do you?
No, I don't.
Oh, Lord. Oh. Does he know this?
There it is.